Okay, we are completing the weekly love readings for... We got up to Libra, we need to do Libra up to Pisces. Okay, apologies, I know I've been rubbish the last 2 weeks. I'm very late getting the AllSigns done, but I've been applying for jobs in the evening as well as doing my full-time teaching job, and I've been poorly as well. Like the last couple of nights, just got into bed. Left work straight away as soon as the kids are gone, and that's just not me at all to do that. I normally like the last one to leave, so it's not you, it's me. Still really chesty, groggy, but I'm determined to get these signs done. We've got new subscribers. Thank you to the new subscribers. Thank you to the regulars. Really much appreciated. I'm very tolerant. I'm off next week, so we'll be right on time for readings and stuff. I can barely smell this because of my cold, but whoops, don't want to set my cards on fire. Okay, let's get this party started. I'm using the Solar Kingdom Tarot deck. It's new. I've got like a sort of Egyptian theme going on. Look at that blue sky outside. Fantastic. This deck has extra cards in, okay? It's got like moon and sun cards, so it's really thick and a little bit tricky for me to shuffle, but we're going to try. There we go, there's one shuffle. If I sigh, it's because I'm short of breath, okay? It's not because I'm bored or I might be tired, but I'm not bored. I love my tarot. You just have to have some tolerance. Okay, spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Libra's highest good. How is Libra feeling in this 3rd week of May 2025 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards, please, for Libra. How is Libra feeling? If you're new, I do a 9-card spread. I get 3 cards for how you're feeling, 3 cards for how your person's feeling, and 3 cards for the outcome. I clarify why they feel the way that they feel. I get messages from them, and then I get you some advice from Spirit. Okay. So it could be someone that you're currently dealing with. It's someone that you are just thinking about. You're not dealing with them. Or someone that you're manifesting in the future. Okay, so we've got 2 cards in the challenge position. We've got the Knight of Swords and the Star. That's really interesting because swords are Libran energy. Okay, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Particularly, this is the major arcana for Aquarius, and I have a friend who's Libran, but she has Aquarius moon, so this could be applying to you. You could have Aquarius in your chart. Okay, but the Knight of Swords has to deliver an urgent message, and the Star is, it can be healing. You see the way that she's pouring water over herself, cleansing herself, but you see all these stars, it can be wish fulfillment as well. So, you know, if you think about how we baptize ourselves with water, and water is pure and it cleanses us, it can be recuperation, rejuvenation, healing, but it can also be wish fulfillment. Now, there's an urgent message that I think you want to deliver to do with healing or wish fulfillment, because they're a combination. So it's a combined message. They were in the challenge, actually, weren't they? So the challenge is, how do I communicate? Because swords are communication. How do I communicate this message about my healing or what I want for myself, as in wish fulfillment? Let's get some more cards and it might become clear. Two more cards for how Libra's feeling, please. Actually, I should open that window because I start coughing otherwise. You're supposed to let the bad energy out, aren't you? I'll let that all out. Okay, so we've got two cards again. What is going on with all these swords? You've got the World card and it's upright, so that's good. The World card is, you see she's got a wreath of roses. It's like, you know, cycles, like this cycle is done. This is the end of a phase, it's the end of a chapter. In the story of the Major Arcana, the Fool realises that he must take life's rough with the smooth, okay? We can't always be having good times. He knows that better days are coming, okay? So that's very positive, the fact that's upright. And we've got the King of Swords. So you've gone from, you know, it being questionable whether you're the Knight of Swords to then being the King of Swords. So again, very much Aquarian energy, air energy. The King of Swords is a fantastic orator, writer, listener. He is very intelligent. Everything that the King of Swords does, he's thought about it many times. By the time he takes action or sends others to take action, that strategy was formulated weeks ago. Nothing is done on a whim. You know, kings sit still. They do not move like with pace. It's like everything is so much time is taken. So instead of this kind of flighty, like quick, fast energy with the Knight of Swords, we become the King of Swords, and we learn to bide our time. We learn to realise that there's going to be ups and downs, but better times are coming. This is a very nice, positive energy. The King of Swords is upright, so he is very competent, very confident, very wise, okay? So I really like this for you. It's really interesting that you've got so many swords coming out and you are air energy. One more for Libra. More swords. What is going on? So the Ten of Swords reversed. This is a positive reversal. Okay, when the swords are upright, it's anxiety, fear, pain, intrusive thoughts. 10 is the end of a cycle. And what have we got here? We've got the World card upright, which is the end of a cycle. And we've got healing. See, something's been really, really difficult, guys. And then we're being released from the burden of that because we've reached the end. So for me, this is a card of healing. It's not about wish fulfillment, it's about healing, because all of this represents the end. Tens are the end of a cycle. Okay, the World card upright is the end of a cycle, the end of a chapter. If the Ten of Swords was upright, it's like the wounded warriors continued all the way to the end. Because it's reversed, it's like I'm taking control. And now that I'm at 10, I'm just going to drop the burdens. So it's like you've absolved yourself of certain worries or fears or, you know, pain that you were experiencing. You've taken back control. Let's get 3 cards for the one that's on your mind, or the one that you're dealing with, or the one that you're manifesting in. Now, you're showing up as a king, so you probably have a lot of responsibility. You might run a household. You could be high up in work. You could also be married. Now, your person's got the Two of Swords upright, so they've blindfolded themselves. They're in the dark about something. They don't know what to do. There's a choice that they need to make and they don't know what to do. They need to make a decision about something, but they're choosing to blindfold themselves. And, you know, it's like burying your head in the sand, just like, I don't want to deal with it. So we've got a full moon. Now the moon card, in the story of the Major Arcana, this is Pisces energy, and it's about realizing that you must walk forwards anyway, even when there's plenty that you don't know. You know, there's plenty that you don't know, and it's scary having to make a decision, but you must proceed anyway. It's very important, okay? Because fear doesn't mean that everything's going to go wrong or that what you find out is going to be awful. Unknown things are just unknown, okay? It's like your first day at work in a new job. You just think you're going to have a terrible time, and then by the time you get home, you're like, well, that was silly that I made myself worry about all that. So even when there's fear and stuff that we don't know, we must learn to walk forwards anyway. Now, the other cards that came out were Solar Eclipse reversed and the Three of Wands reversed. The Three of Wands is about taking action. See, someone's made a decision, but they don't want to take action. And the solar eclipse, you know, when the sun was blocked out, people must have found that very strange in ancient times. They must have been very disturbed by that. I'm sure they found it very significant. So that kind of makes sense why you wouldn't take any action during this time. Because you feel like maybe something really significant is taking place and it wouldn't be a good idea to make decisions or make moves right now. Let's get 3 for the outcome. Now, they're not showing up as a king or a queen, but let's see what comes out in the outcome, because sometimes we get one then. Oh, look, we've got the Knight of Cups. We've got the Ten of Wands, the midday sun reversed, the rising sun reversed, the Two of Pentacles. The Knight of Cups is like a Romeo and Juliet vibe. That's someone that wants to approach another and say, look, I think I could really fall for you, or I really like the kind of person that that you are, and I'd like to get to know you better because there's something really special about you in particular. It's about feelings and wanting to approach someone and, dating them and feeling like you could fall for them. Two of Pentacles is it's this infinite like juggling act. Like, I need to balance my priorities. I need to manage all of my responsibilities. Like, sometimes it's duality, wanting duality, needing to make a decision. Two's a number of balance. Ten of Wands is the wounded warrior. It's like, I've reached the maximum amount of burden and I'm so strong because I've been doing this for so long. The midday sun and the rising sun, when that's upright, it's like I'm going into a period of glory, of happiness, of being carefree. The sun rises and then it reaches its highest point. So I'm not sure why they're reversed. Someone's been waiting for things to get good, and instead it's just continued to be really, really tough. They want to approach and show their emotions, but they want balance, they want reciprocity, they want duality. Maybe they don't know. They don't know how you feel about them. Let's get two more. Because you had the Knight of Swords and you had all kind of like swords energy, you had the King of Swords, you were dropping the burden in terms of like, Ten of Swords reversed. It's interesting because they've got the Ten of Wands upright. So you both got tens. You've both reached the end of a cycle. So the timeline matches. I do think you're involved with this person, but I don't think you're married to them. You could be more established than they are. They have very romantic feelings for you, and they're afraid. Something stopped this person in their tracks because they had that Three of Wands reversed. They weren't taking action even though they knew what they wanted. And they just think everything's been so tough lately with the Ten of Wands upright. They've kept working towards it, but it's like everything's against them. It's challenge after challenge after challenge. Let's get two more for the outcome. So they're not giving up. They're the Ten of Wands upright. They're not dropping the burdens. They're keeping on going. This person's got used to things being difficult. They've just got used to it. They're not going anywhere. The Fool, they're ready to take a leap of faith. They're ready for this. Look, they've packed their bag. They're ready to take a leap of faith and do this. Zero is like a reset. It's like, the next thing is an ace. Like, I'm ready to jump in. They're ready to go. Right, now we've got the Six of Cups reversed with the lunar eclipse reversed. I mean, Six of Cups reversed isn't great because if that was upright, I'd say this person is really emotional and wants a soulmate union, or they feel that they found a soulmate, and it's causing them like to have high emotion. Look at all the water. They're worried about getting stabbed in the back. The heart's aflame. There's a dagger. Like, with those two being reversed, it's like, if you think that an eclipse is temporary, it's a short few moments, isn't it? Like a maximum of a minute or 2 minutes where everything's blocked out. Maybe they thought for a minute that this was like a false union, you know, like that you weren't really meant to be together. Let's get some clarity. Let's pick some shadow love cards. Why did this person have the Two of Swords? Why did they delay making a decision? So we've got public image. Worried about appearances, can't relax, conceited. Someone was very worried about what other people think. Okay, too much worried about that. Why have we got the Three of Wands reversed? Why didn't they take any action? Up in the air. Unable to make solid plans, flighty, ungrounded. They didn't feel settled. They didn't feel like, you know, people would be supportive. Crushed. You are hurting emotionally right now. You need time to heal before you jump in again. So they'd been through so much, and then they had all these worries about what other people were thinking about it. You know, it just kept them so, like, up in the air, not knowing, like, whether to go ahead with this. That was before, and then in the outcome, as long as they've got reciprocity, they're ready to jump now. They've got the Fool card. I've just moved it back so you can see these outcome cards. Crossing over, bridge the gap between your hearts with trust. So perhaps there hadn't been quite enough trust built up, or something had, you know, knocked like what trust you had built up. Entangled. Establish and communicate your own boundaries. Okay, so perhaps you were enjoying the frivolity of things, you know, things being frivolous, carefree in the beginning, and then you had to start having conversations about, you know, more serious stuff. Magic within. Create space for personal growth and self-discovery. This person's going through an ascension because of the challenges and the greater depth that they found that they didn't expect to find. Enduring quest. That's really nice because that goes with the Ten of Wands upright really well. Enduring quest. Through struggle, build the stamina to uncover and stand by your truth. It's been like a full-on journey for this person. Missed chances, don't have regrets, cherish your moments together. So this person's thought, I don't care now. Like, actually don't care. As long as this person is going to give me equal give and take, I'm ready. I'm ready now. I'm going to close that window because it's a bit chilly. Go. Right, let's get a what lies beneath. Oops. A situation is about to explode. Things are about to pop off in flames. Why? That's interesting, isn't it? Because we have got the Six of Cups reversed with the lunar eclipse reversed. That's a bit strange that that's in the outcome, as well as the Fool upright. That's very strange. Other reasons for this person's reservations. Mirror. Mirroring each other's self-image. Relationships reflect our wounds, introspection. So perhaps the two of you are going through all this processing, shadow work, reflecting on the past. Cassette tape, outdated thinking, conditioning, replaying events over in your head. It's a lot of reflection, a lot of hesitation. Your concerns what other people will think. What's the nature of this connection between Libra and the one that's showing up in the reading, please? Oh, God. There's loads. Sorry, they've gone all over the floor. So the one that was upright out of all of these was open yourself to love, because clearly they've been holding themselves back. So we've got open yourself to love. It is safe for you to let your heart be seen. Don't be scared. So that's really interesting, isn't it? Open your eyes. If someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. So I think there's trust issues here. Reconciliation, someone from your past is or will be returning to your life soon. New love, a new chapter begins, whether it is with a new partner or in a current relationship. So you could have had a bit of a wobble or a pause, and then things are resuming like much stronger than before. We've also got law of attraction. You've been manifesting this relationship. Everything you want will soon be yours. Unbreakable love. This person has genuine love for you. You can overcome any issues that may arise. That's very positive. Twin flame. This person is your mirror soul. We have a mirror here. This person is your mirror soul. This is why this connection feels so sacred to you. Different paths. You are not on the same page with the person you have in mind. The directions you want to move into are different. Like, that's why there's been so much struggle and strife and off and on, because there needs to be balance. There needs to be a healthy balance of physical, emotional, and spiritual intimacy for a relationship to be sustainable. So you could find that if you've got a deeply sexual connection and it's magnetic and you're deeply attracted to one another in a physical way, even on a soul level, you feel like you've really opened up to one another. If there seems too many obstacles to actually get a steady relationship going, it does point to a twin flames connection, because twin flames are on fire in bed. Okay, they just are. And twin flames, it's to do with both of you provoking healing in one another. It's nothing to do with having a calm, relaxing, kind of sedate connection. It's nothing to do with stability. It actually is a runner-chaser dynamic, and you have a very profound journey, but most of it is spent in conflict, or you have short periods of being completely thrilled and passionate with each other, but then long periods apart. Seems to be a lot of obstacles, a lot of drama, nothing's really quite right about the situation, but you can't stay away from each other, like, because you feel like you've properly opened up to one another. You've had the talk, where you pour your hearts out to each other. You feel like you know each other really deeply, but you don't have, in the 3D reality, you don't have that day-to-day life where you're set up and everyone knows you're a thing. It never quite becomes that. It's like a secret between the two of you. Very, very intense, very, very special. But it doesn't really get to we're legit and, everyone knows about it, and, it's more like the two of you, like, having a private connection. Does that make sense? Last one. Pay attention to red flags. Know the warning signs of what an unhealthy connection looks like. So there could be things that have come up that you're like, actually, I'm not happy with that. They're trying to control this too much. Or they've got, some issues from the past that they need to work on. Well, so have you. That's why you're having a twin flames journey. Okay, so whatever it is, like, for example, in my twin flames journey, my person's learning to be someone that explores their emotional trauma and how they have relationships with others. My journey is to become more financially independent, okay, and not actually get into a steady connection, but to be able to stand on my own 2 feet and develop my career and stuff. So whatever weak part you feel you've got in your life at the moment, you're being forced to develop that. You'll know. You'll know, because I'm not a fly on the wall in your situation, but whatever, is like the sort of weaker part in your lifestyle, this is like triggering you to develop that. It's not about, being all set up in a house together and, making the kids' lunch boxes and doing the 3D reality. It's a more profound dance of two souls, like, back and forth. And it's magnetic and it's passionate and it's much more dramatic than, this day-to-day kind of like sedate connection that you get when you just set up with someone. That's kind of predictable and comforting and stable. A twin flames is very up and down, very dramatic, lots of barriers to this working, and you're forced to become more independent or more something in touch with your emotions or something like this. It's about the two of you working on the part of your soul that needs the most healing. I think I've gone on about that enough now. Let's get messages from them. You make me want to do bad things. What did I say? It's a very sexual, a very, very sexual connection. If you weren't that attracted to each other and there was hard work that needed to be done, you wouldn't keep coming into contact with each other, okay? It's the sex that sort of drives it with twin flames. Love is the answer. Your family won't like me. Now, the cards, the oracle deck said that they were worried about what other people think. Okay, so 3 is a number of community. So they just don't feel like you two are legit or can be legit. Reach out, okay? So they're wanting an Ace of Swords, they're wanting a confession, clarity, revelation, strong communication. And we got a situation's about to explode, and you had urgent message, didn't you, with the Knight of Swords? And then you became the King of Swords, so you went more strategic rather than I'm just going to pour out what I need to and tell you whatever's on my mind. I'm going to go more strategic. Because kings don't move quickly, they sit still and they send messages via other people. I think so, yes. I need time for me. If someone's like put some distance between you recently, that would make sense. Look, I think we should slow down. I need time for me, I think we should slow down. You may have got some mixed messages from them more recently. You say very special. What? I think we should see other people. And we had that Six of Cups reversed and the lunar eclipse reversed. So it's like someone's really, really doubting themselves and they're starting to push you away. If this resonates, it's because someone is fantastic in bed, but there's been a long, hard journey. It's caused lots of anxiety, lots of pain, lots of fear. Other people have, you know, put their 2 cents in, which hasn't been helpful at all. And it's difficult to get a balance. It's really, really difficult to get a balance. They may have pushed you away recently, or they might start to do that. But I'm sorry, that's a twin flames journey. You're never really on the same page. It happens like it's very short periods where the flames overlap. Most of the time they're chasing each other and running away from each other. It's frustrating. You'll never be more frustrated than in a twin flames situation, but the sex is hot as hell. Oh God. But it's meant to happen because you trigger healing in each other. So, you know, it's done for a very good reason. The universe orchestrates it on purpose. If this person's been pushing Libra away, when is that likely to come back together? Next year? Maybe things will be unstable for the next year. Let's get you some advice. I mean, next year is like a good 6 months away, isn't it? Slightly longer. Content with what I already have. Hold on to what is constant in your life, to what is consistent in your life. Hold on to what is reliable, okay? Because this connection doesn't seem to give you, it gives you a lot of stuff, but it isn't able to give you that like stability that is secure, comfortable, reliable. You're not getting that from this connection. You're getting sex, intense, you know, drama, obstacles. It's very Romeo and Juliet. It's very like, you know, a plague upon both your houses, like star-crossed lovers kind of vibe. And it doesn't really ever get to a place where it's just two people building a life together. It doesn't get to that, you know. You're meant to meet obstacles. You're meant to have large periods apart from one another. Advice for Libra, please. In the outcome, they're saying I need time for me and we need to slow down. I think we should see other people. The better it gets. When things happen that cause me to feel good, I know there are much more good feeling things coming my way. The better it gets, and I keep rising up. There's a strong, advice here to focus on what is already going well in your life. If you didn't have this connection, there is a lot that's good that's happening to you, like your health, your family, your parents, children, brothers, sisters, just beautiful experiences that you have outside of that. Even there's loads to be appreciative of, to not be in a war scenario or a situation where you're being abused. A lot of people are living in hell. Let's be honest. Look at this glorious sunny day. You've got to be grateful for everything that's going well, because you're not getting stability from this dynamic. And no one's saying you've got to give it up, but we've got to focus in order to be emotionally strong. We've got to focus on what is stable for us while this does its dance. Inner child. Reconnect with your inner child to heal past wounds and restore joy, innocence, healing, and return. There's something to do with your childhood here. This mirror, there's healing within you, Libra, that needs to happen. It's not just about this person. There's something to do with your inner child, or something that happened when you were growing up. Some sort of belief system that your parents had, or something you've witnessed. Something that you really don't feel comfortable with or agree with, or it's like if you grow up in a household where you believe that money's always going to be scarce, you can grow up obsessed with having lots of money, or, never making enough money. It's some sort of belief system that's occurred during your childhood, and you don't have to have lived in trauma, but, for example, I have a real lack of confidence in myself. I don't know why I'm like that, but it's just kind of there, and I have to work hard to overcome that. Especially in workplaces, or what I look like. People will think that I'm obsessed with myself, or I'm overconfident, because I try to project that. Or it can be too much of a people pleaser, because I'm terrified of messing up. So I don't always stand my ground on stuff, or I can get railroaded a bit. So, it doesn't mean that you've lived in trauma, but it's just certain ways that we are, they are, to be honest, they are to do with our upbringing, styles of parenting, certain quirks that parents had. It does create who you are, or form a shape of who you are, You might be headed for some time apart, okay? That's just a bit of a warning. Let's pull you an angel number. Right, you've got a few. 888, karma. Balance, finances, success, wealth, cycles. What goes around comes around. A lot of money is coming your way. Fortune refers to more than just monetary and material success. If you don't appreciate the people in your life now, you won't have them tomorrow. This message encourages you to take personal responsibility and use it to realise your greatest potential. Zero 440, the gut feeling. Intuition, betrayal, pessimism, relating, value, insight, increased perception, love, and monogamy. Follow your gut, it's more than just a feeling. Be real with people and focus on meaningful relationships. Remember, you also must bring value to the table. Treat others with respect, or else karma will bite your ass. 3 is a crowd. Oh my god. Getting a bit of a telling off with that one. 1144, high vibes. Divine intervention, prosperity, big ventures, fated events, faith, purpose, and higher calling. Love or other happiness lurks just around the corner. It will be something much better than in your wildest dreams. A rare opportunity, an exciting encounter with like-minded people will exceed your expectations. Well, that's good. I like that one. 1001, spiritual awakening. New beginnings, personal development, prioritizing creativity, and heading in the right direction. A new phase in a religious or spiritual quest. You're going through a spiritual awakening, which can feel like a dark night of the soul. You're on the path to enlightenment, and this too shall pass. Okay, so we've got some good stuff and some bad stuff going on here. 1919, cycles, karma, warning. You've got 2 things about karma here. Judgment, influence, power, cycles. What was the other one that was cycles? It was this one, wasn't it? It's the karma one. Karma will be paying you a visit. Release the need to control because you cannot force things. Learn your lessons so that they don't repeat in the future. Make some space for new experiences. So if a connection is just too difficult, it's just like no matter what you do, you can't catch a break. That's telling you something in itself. Okay. You must have had a connection, or maybe you haven't, but when something just works, it doesn't need you to try to fix it or make it work. It just does itself. Okay, when a connection's supposed to be, there aren't all these blocks and barriers and things that we need to overcome. So I think Spirit is encouraging you to let go of the reins and go with the flow. You know, if you're meant to be apart from this person for a while, allow it, because you're going to go through growth, they're going to go through growth while you're apart. And then if you're meant to come back together, that'll happen when that's supposed to happen, okay? We're not supposed to try to grab onto stuff and force it and keep pushing and trying to be strong. We're not supposed to do that. It's either flowing or it's going, you know? Right, I'm going to tidy those up and we will go on to Scorpio. Thank you for the likes. Thank you. Much appreciated. I'm like heavy breathing at the moment. I'm mouth breathing because I've got a cold. So sorry if you hear that occasionally. It was quite a clear message, that spread, to be honest, even though we've gone through loads of decks. Loads of oracle messages and angel numbers. It just kind of saying, like, give each other the space that you need now to grow. You've had that time together. You're headed for time apart, and it's not supposed to be this difficult. You know, the paths have crossed for a while, and now they're going to go apart for a while. You just got to dance the dance, I'm afraid. Okay, so let's get rid of the Libra card. Look at Scorpio. That's the best Scorpio card that we've had. Definitely. Well, let's have a shuffle. It's a huge deck of cards. Oh, it's really difficult. There's all like extra cards in it. That wasn't bad, we did alright there. Okay, spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Scorpio's highest good. I can hear my mum like having a really aggressive conversation. Not aggressive, well, yeah, passionate, aggressive conversation. Debating with my dad about something. Try to ignore that. Okay. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Scorpio's highest good. How is Scorpio feeling in this third week of May 2025 with regards to what they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for how Scorpio is feeling. I'll get 3 cards for you, 3 cards for your person, see how they're feeling, 3 cards for the outcome, and I will clarify why they feel the way that they feel. I'll get some messages from them, and then I'll get some advice from Spirit, okay? So 3 cards for you, Scorpio, first of all. What's this? The 7 of Wands reversed. Right. The 7 of Wands, when it's upright, is someone that's feeling competitive. They reckon, you know, they're in with a good chance. If they're trying to win the affections of someone and there's other suitors, they feel like, you know, the person's only into them. It's being competitive, the 7 of Wands. It's enthusiasm, confidence, you know, thrashing about. When it's reversed, it's a lack of confidence, a lack of enthusiasm, feeling like we've got the disadvantage, or we're at a disadvantage. I'm going to close that door because she's on one. Hang on. Okay. It was really distracting, sorry. So we're feeling like we're at a disadvantage. And this is a love reading. But you know, how we feel in our jobs, how we feel in our physical health, it can make us more emotional or not try stuff the way that we normally would. So how else is Scorpio feeling? Okay, we've got the Ace of Wands. So suddenly, we've become incredibly confident, incredibly passionate. Now, Aces is like our hard work met halfway by the universe. So the universe is like seeing that there's something you desire, that there's something you really want, that you're working hard for it, and they're meeting you halfway. You know, these clouds, like, this is divine intervention. This is like, I'm going to give you a boost in confidence. I'm going to make you feel good about yourself. I'm going to put you in a better mood. Like, Ace of Wands is like, this is a major opportunity, a huge new adventure. And I'm grabbing it with both hands, you know, and I'm not letting it go. Like, could be a rebirth of an existing connection. There's a lot of wands here, a lot of fiery energy for a Scorpio, watery Scorpio. You know, wands are phallic, so it's passion, enthusiasm, excitement, you know, keenness, adventure, ambition. Knight of Pentacles, but he's in reverse. Now, the Knight of Pentacles, when he's upright, is someone that's like, I want to date this person with a view to having a relationship. Okay, a knight has already spotted someone. A page watches and waits. A knight makes his move, okay? So he gallops towards the person with this pentacle and he wants to take them out on a date, but he wants to date them because he wants to invest. If it's good and it's going well, he wants to create the Ten of Pentacles eventually, you know, and put two lives together and two incomes together and create lasting generational wealth. It's a serious offer. So it may not work out when you start dating, but if it does, you end up married to this person, okay? So it's a serious offer. When it's reversed though, it's like, well, I might date them, but I'm not going to invest in it. I'm not going to invest in it. So why do you feel like that? That is the question. Do you fancy them, but you don't see it as like long term? Are they just super hot, you know, but not the kind of person that you would build with? Because ones are like sexy energy. Let's get 3 for them. Okay, that was straight out. The World card upright. 10 of Swords reversed. 7 of Cups reversed. Lunar eclipse reversed. Well, the World card is upright. That's the end of a cycle. The Fool realises that, you know, he must take life's rough with the smooth and better days are coming. So it's like a period that's been difficult. Dropping the burdens. That 10 is the end of a cycle, so they go together perfectly. Swords are the most pain anyone can bear, and then it just has to reset, because who can take any more than 10 swords in the body? It's not possible. 7 of Cups upright would be, I'm at a crossroads, okay, and I'm just wondering what's next for me. This is a really nice narrative, actually, isn't it? End of a cycle, letting go of the burden, the pain, the fear, and we're just wondering what's next for us. However, when this is reversed, we're crossing over from daydreaming into fantasies and delusion, because we're thinking so much about what might be next for us that we're doing that more than we're living our lives in reality. So There's a lot of daydreamy energy, and this water. I'm not 100% sure about these lunar eclipse cards, but there's a hell of a lot of emotion here. I mean, the moon is a very comforting source, and it would be very scary in ancient times for these ancient civilizations to have a planet blocking out that comfort of light, that moonlight, for even just a couple of minutes. It would have been very disconcerting, very eerie. So it's like a bit of a destabilizing energy, that, isn't it? So maybe someone's more comfortable with fantasy than reality, you know? That was reversed, wasn't it? The lunar eclipse card, that was reversed. It looks like both of you are hesitating to fully invest. You're showing up as a knight. 9 of Wands. That's the wounded warrior, someone who's determined to keep going, even though it's really difficult and it's been going on for a while. I mean, at the same kind of point in this story, the timelines match, don't they, for major enthusiasm, determination. No wonder that person, no wonder you felt defeated before you even got started, because this person was just like daydreaming, but to the point of like delusion. So you're like, well, I don't want to invest if they're like just a space cadet that's not really living in reality. Ooh, what's this? The 4 of Pentacles reversed and the 7 of Swords upright. Well, the 7 of Swords is secrets, lying, cheating, stealing. It's being very strategic. Look, they've got their cloak on, their hood is raised. They don't want to be seen. They're running around stealing all the swords. Something's going on behind your back, and then that looks like an outgoing of money. Instead of conserving wealth, instead of stacking up the pentacles, we're losing pentacles. So there could be someone stealing money here, and maybe that's why you've withdrawn yourself. There's a narrative here to do with money and not taking this person seriously. So maybe they're really, really bad with money, really unreliable. They're not good for it. You always end up paying. There's plenty of people like that. And to be honest, we all have phases in our life where we're bad for money. We don't have the money to do even like small things like go out for a dinner or, you know, have a night out. We have to say no, you know, because we've overdrawn by too much and it's just not a good idea. But some people are in dire straits and it's just, no one presents that, and then they just hope that you're going to pick up the bill or whatever. Maybe they've left you to pick up the bill and you've thought, nah, not this time, matey. No, not this time, missy. That happens a lot. That happens a lot. I've found that so much being a female. The more money I've earned, you know, the more guys I've met that are like, they've just got a major problem with like money. And that's like their incentive a lot of the time is money. They're trying to find stability through me. The 2 of Swords upright. So head in the sand, not wanting to deal with it, not wanting to make a decision. The Five of Cups reversed. So the Five of Cups is grief, sadness, regret, loss. I think this is recovery from grief, sadness, regret, loss, or we're trying to avoid a situation where we might get into, you know, something that we're going to regret later on. We've got the Eight of Swords reversed. So something's become clear now. We're no longer stuck in our heads. We're just clear that we're not going to play this game. You know, it's like, no, not doing it, not paying for you every time we go somewhere, not talking to you about my earnings, my salary, my savings, not getting a house with you. No, 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 no. Okay, there seems to be a lot of reservations to do with money here. And I think your spidey sense is correct, or they've already done something to warrant this reaction from you, because that is sneaky. That's very, very sneaky behaviour. So this person's like not living in the real world. They're a liar. They're full of shit. Okay? They're not someone to settle down with. Knight of Wands. They might be very persuasive and charming. They might be good in bed. You know, that might be part of the reason that you gave it a chance for a while. We've all done a bit of that. Nothing to be ashamed of. But yeah, don't bleed out all your savings on this person, because they'll leave you with nothing, okay? They don't care. People don't care. They're just doing what they need to do to survive on a day-to-day basis, a month-to-month basis. They've got no shame. Knight of Wands is sexual energy, flighty, unreliable. They're just doing what feels right in the moment. That's as deep as it goes. They might say that it's more than that, but it's bollocks. They can't offer you stability when they're in that frame of mind. And I doubt you're the one that's feeling sexy, because you actually look really disappointed and cautious. Necessarily, you know, it's necessary to feel like that, and it's necessary to stay like that. You need to proceed with caution or just halt it completely. King of Wands, with the King of Pentacles and the Temperance. Look, the King of Pentacles is reversed. This person or you have been taken for granted. You could have been over generous with this person if you're the King of Pentacles. If they're the King of Wands, they could be, you know, very, very attractive, like this Leo energy, like I'm very good looking, I'm confident, you just need to do this, you just need to do that. People with Leo in their charts are very assertive, and some people talk in such a way that you just find yourself doing whatever they've said, because it's more of a demand than an ask. They're just very assertive. But like that, you can end up with an empty bank account. So, and these people make mistakes, okay? So you could be over generous, you could be a people pleaser, you know, it could be causing you a lot of worry to have lost this money to this demanding person. Why is my phone not charging? So I plugged my charger in there, I didn't put it into my phone. How dumb is that? Hopefully it stays on. Just plugging it in. There we go. Yeah. I mean, you could have become... No, because, yeah, you were showing up as the Knight of Pentacles, and then you became... I think you became the King of Pentacles reversed. So it's actually crossed into, like, affecting your savings, affecting your bills, getting paid on time. Your future. You need to stop this. You need to stop this now. Nip it in the bud if you haven't already. Because this person is not to be trusted. Not with money. Not at all. I'm warning you now, Scorpio. There's another one that's up right here. What's this? Ooh. Heartbreak. Because this has become like the bubble's being burst, I think it's reversed because it's like I'm gonna be disappointed. I might cry because I'm angry, but I'm not gonna cry because I'm never gonna get over this. You're not the love of my life. You know, the bubble has been burst. I'm not under any illusions anymore. So I think that's why we've got that Three of Swords reversed already. Because we cry and we don't get over people when we feel like it was truly a loss to lose them. When you realise that something was always an illusion, something was always a fantasy, this person was a shyster, you know, you can be frustrated, you can be offended, you can feel like, you know, fuck you. But you're not going to cry for the rest of your life about it. It'll be a lesson learned, if anything, you know? And don't feel foolish because there's nothing new under the sun. You know, my parents are twice my age and they say there's nothing new under the sun. You won't be the first to be fooled and you won't be the last. You know, and they've had these things done to them. So it's, you can go and have a normal life. Money can be reacquired, but that person is just never going to change. You know, they're a shyster and they're probably always been one from young and they're always going to be one. And their family are going to have to deal with them forever. You don't have to, you get to walk away, you know? I'm so intrigued to see like what comes out from the Shadow Oracle deck. Brief affair. Brace for sudden ending, short but sweet can't last. I told you. This King of Wands thinks they're so good looking. They very much using, whether they're male or female, they're very much using their looks and their sexuality to get what they want out of everyone around them. They could walk into a room and like, you know, the music's on and they're just confident to dance, or they've got a way about them that they just always love to be the centre of attention. They know how to hold conversation with all kinds of people. You know, they're just used to like playing that role. They love it. But it is just a game for them, and they'll drink you dry. I'm not saying that's all fire signs, but when you get like someone that's not evolved or they're a narcissist and they're just a user, like financially, they can be ruthless. Missed chances, don't have regrets, cherish your moments together. So they just like, they're someone that's very spontaneous. They live for the day. They blow all the money. Then they need more money from other people. They might earn a lot of money, but they'll spend it all being extravagant, being lavish, and then they want all your money and they'll blow all that as well. They could gamble. They could be like, you know, they just think, well, I can't take it with me. But guess who they're relying upon? Mr. King of Pentacles or Mrs. King of Pentacles. They're relying upon you being sensible and living off your savings, and they'll use them up in a month as well. Expecting new beginning. So they could be trying to get you pregnant. A lot of men and women will do that. They'll bring babies into the equation because that traps you. But all it should be is a brief affair and then get yourself the hell out of there, okay? Twin flames. Yin and yang, zen, balance, union, duality, coupling, complement each other. Twin flames are not supposed to have a day-to-day union that's stable. They trigger healing in one another. It's a runner-chaser dynamic, okay? And it's high drama. The sex is fantastic, but it's high drama. Acts, break up, separation, stop the pattern, silent treatment, abandonment. So this person will use all manner of tactics to mess with you, okay? The Phoenix, new phase, rekindle, renew, transformation, growth, changed mind. So that's, for me, that's to do with seeing the light. Lightning bolt, sudden change, shocking news, surprise, epiphany, upheaval, transformation. This is like, you know, a tower moment where you just realise this person's not good for you. Coffee cup, meeting and conversing, savouring the moment, feeling uplifted, friendship. People are, they're not going to judge you. They're just ready to be there for you because you're important to them. Okay? And there's no better honour than being there for someone in your family or one of your friends when, you know, they finally see the light, they wake up, they smell the coffee and they want to just talk about everything that happened. They've left the person, they've called it a day, they've realised they were a user, or they've realised they were bad for them, they were bringing them instability, drama, going through their money, whatever. There's nothing better than your mate calling you up saying, like, can we just go for a drink, or can we, like, you know, sit in a coffee place somewhere and just, I need to tell you everything that's gone on, you know, or sit in the car, or can I come round to yours, I need to, you know, just tell you what's gone on. Like, it's for comfort. They're not coming to you for judgment, and it's really, really nice that someone can open up and trust you in the most vulnerable moments. What's the nature of this connection, please? Between Scorpio and the one that they've been dealing with, the one that's been spending all their money. Stay optimistic. Positive thinking and faith will bring romance into your life. So don't let this person, like, make you feel like giving up. You may have felt really optimistic when you first met them. You may have felt like they were a knight in shining armour, you know, or, you know, this wonderful woman or girl that's come into your life, and you may have felt exhilarated by it, and maybe that was their job. It was just meant to be something brief to sort of get fire back in your loins, fire in your belly, like, you know, make you feel like this once again. Certain people are very good at making you feel good looking, but maybe that was just that, maybe that was the total of what they were supposed to do. Job done, you know? They're not supposed to rip raw through your savings. If Scorpio is not supposed to be with this person and they're going to meet someone new, when is someone new going to come along? Someone new for Scorpio, when's that going to happen? In August, okay? So you don't want to waste your time letting someone eat up your savings. It's not necessarily going to be a long time before you meet someone new. Stay optimistic, okay? August is a very important time for you. Let's get messages from them. Although I wouldn't believe a word out of Billy Bullshitter's mouth. Oh, that's what narcissists do. They say, you're selfish. I need this from you, and you're selfish. And, like, you don't owe them anything. They're being, like, absolutely cheeky, asking you for anything. Light. Well, that's with lightning bolt and epiphanies. I just want you all the time. They're just going to try to seduce you. They're going to tell you you're selfish, so emotionally blackmail you. And then they'll try to seduce you. It'll just swing between that. Sorry, I've just had, like, a coughing fit. Let's get you some advice. It's all for a reason, okay? So maybe this was to teach you to put up some boundaries. Maybe it's to teach you not to be picking people based off of face value. Maybe it's to teach you that you are good looking, that you are a sexual person, that you deserve to feel confident, like you've got your stuff going on. People who use for money, they're coming towards you because they see stability, they see someone who's trustworthy, someone who has a good network of people, you know, supporting them. And I'm not saying it because I want you to have empathy for them, because you've been over empathetic, okay? But they're attracted to you because you have got loads of good stuff going on, not because you're not worth anything. So someone made you feel shit in order to get you into this state of mind. Like a bad breakup previously, or someone, you know, just saying stuff that they shouldn't. It's way out of order. It's not your confidence. But if this person was meant to pick you up, then they were meant to pick you up, but it's just temporary, okay? There's so much more, like, zoom out, look at the bigger picture. This connection happened, for a reason. It had a little purpose, but it's being fulfilled. Projecting. Rather than reacting and projecting my emotions onto others, I remember no one is to blame. No one is responsible for the emotions that I feel. When someone says or does something that brings up strong emotions within me, I have the choice in how I respond. Yeah, it's very important to, when your emotions are all over the place, just to, meet up with friends or family, or, just go to theirs, hash it out, let them, just sit there while you just say everything that you're going through. You don't want the answers from people, you don't want judgment from people, you just want them to sit and let you create. You want them to create a safe space where you can just say what's gone on, and say, I'm so sorry that happened to you, but you're okay now, like, you're safe now. Confidence and courage. Face life's adventures and challenges bravely, with confidence and courage. That's what I've been talking about, okay? Someone really made you lose your, sense of confidence. They made you feel like you haven't got good stuff going on. You are attractive, you are sexy, you are, talented, you are special. There's many people that care about you. So, you've got it going on, and when you approach other people now, you need to do that, and know that you have all those things. Don't let anybody dim your light, and make you feel like less than what you are, because that's why you've kind of overspent on this person, or let them get away with too much. Okay, they sensed that, and sort of worked it to their advantage. But it's not because there wasn't genuinely good stuff that they found in you, but they've taken advantage of it, where another person will see all that good stuff and they wouldn't dream, of letting you pay for everything, or asking you for money when they've got their own money. They would never do that. Okay, I hope this resonates for some people. Please take a second to hit the like button and share the channel. It really helps. I'll clear these up and we'll go on to Sagittarius. I'm just going to mute while I blow my nose. It's unnecessary, sorry. Yeah, so in August, there's someone new anyway. I didn't get you an angel number. Let's do it now. Angel number for Scorpio, please. How dare I? Right, so Spirit's giving you a few to make up for that. Willpower, 1818. Achievements, success, striving forward, prosperity, go-getters, courage, and luck. Wow, significant events are on the cards for you. You will progress in your endeavours and gain new experiences. The right people and resources will be put on your path. An excellent proposal or change is coming up. You're destined for greatness. Love that. 2424, good times. Leisure, rest, holiday, pleasure, love, affection, kindness, and happiness. You are worthy of affection, leisure, and pleasure. If you tell your family and friends how you feel, you'll find that you're all on the same page and can work together effectively. Many people are rooting for you. If you spread love, it will find its way to you multiplied. I love that. Unexpected shift, okay, so 5 is a number of change. Divine intervention, sudden challenges, love, pleasant surprises, and gut feeling. This number serves as a gentle nudge to pursue whatever interests you the most. It's possible that something could rock your boat, but you'll end up exactly where you belong, which could be in somebody's arms, your dream job, or abroad. I'm so glad that I pulled those for you, because that's just really positive, isn't it, after like a bit of a shitty spread there. Okay, on to Sagittarius. Excellent torso there. Beautiful torso. Do you ever have like such weird dreams that you wake up and you're exhausted because you're being like absolutely everywhere on your dream? That happened to me last night. I was like so drained. Okay. Spirit guides, universe, and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Sagittarius' highest good. How is Sagittarius feeling in this third week of May 2025 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with, or manifesting in? 3 cards for Sagittarius, please. The 6 of Swords. Okay, so that is a card of moving on. You know, they get in their boat, and swords are thoughts and feelings. Okay, so they're leaving all that mental kind of like anguish behind. They're just setting sail and going towards wish fulfillment. So that's positive. Ooh, okay. Queen of Swords reversed with the 7 of Wands reversed. So it's like when you admit defeat, okay? You don't feel like competitive. You don't feel like you've got the advantage. The Queen of Swords is someone who's intellectual, intelligent. You know, their mind is like a chessboard. They're strategic. And the 7 of Wands is someone highly ambitious, competitive, motivated. They feel like, you know, they can take on the world, and they do. So the energy, the enthusiasm, the knowledge, the kind of sense of winning is done with. It's like, I just want to cut the cord now. I just want to cut the cord because this is already lost. I don't have the ability to keep playing this game, to, you know, I don't have any more moves. Like, it's done. This is a divorce card, guys. And you've got this moving on at the top here, so I'm going to go with that narrative. Okay, we have got the 7 of Cups reversed and the Hierophant. So the 7 of Cups, when it's upright, is being at a crossroads. Okay, the Hierophant is using the lessons that you've learnt so far and taking that wisdom and, you know, using your better judgment to make moves from now on. This is when those kind of like thoughts and kind of daydreaming about which direction we're going to go next, there's all different things in these cups, that crosses over into fantasy and delusion. So was the Hierophant upright? It was, wasn't it? We're not deluding ourselves anymore. We're learning our lessons. Okay, we're making wise choices, wise moves, because the Hierophant is the teacher. This is the major arcana for Taurus. So it's this earth energy, getting grounded, being honest about how a situation truly is, and, you know, we're learning from our past mistakes. Okay, we are wiser now through these experiences. Very, very clear narrative there. I'm just putting my bracelets on. I've forgotten to put them on. Right, let's get some cards for your person. the one that you are dealing with or were dealing with, the one that's on your mind. Right, if they've been, for want of a better phrase, they could be having eyes for other people, sleeping with other people. They've got the World card, so they're realising that better days are coming. You know, they've had some bad times, some good times. It's been a tough cycle, better days are coming, and they've got sex on the brain for some reason. A Knight of Wands is, you know, passion, sex. It's very sexual energy, which is bizarre. But maybe that's something that's particularly important to them, or maybe they're just distracting themselves with that, burying their head in the sand, you know, away from stuff that's heavily emotional, just going for physical. Doesn't mean that someone's healed or over it. It's quite the opposite usually. In fact, a lot of people spiral, don't they? They spiral out of control. It's like sex, drugs, anger, all that shit. Oh my god, 3 of Cups reversed. This is community. Okay, the 2 of Cups is 2 people that feel, they each feel the same for one another, they each offer the other person a cup. But the 3 of Cups is too many. Okay, when you add another person into the equation, that's a crowd. 3 is a crowd. Okay, so this person could have been playing away. They could have, you know, acted outside of the marriage. They could have behaved like they were single. Maybe that's ended. Maybe they're not involved with that person anymore. Because the 3 of Cups is reversed. So I don't know if that's been exposed or it's stopped. Maybe that it was something that was happening a while ago. The Lovers upright. This person's in love with someone else. That's the major for Gemini. They could have Gemini in their chart. They're in love. Let's get 3 for the outcome. The last quarter moon. Knight of Swords. The midday sun reversed. It does seem like they introduced a third party to this dynamic and it came to an end. They reached the end of a cycle with that person and it made them really, really unhappy. Because the midday sun card is when the sun is at its highest point in the sky. It's like the middle of a beautiful phase of happiness, carefree, abundance, you know, feeling that warmth on you. It's like the highest time of summer, like that feeling of just like joy, abundance that was lost. And they want to deliver an urgent message with regards to that. Or that could be you saying, look what you've done. You've brought, you know, this glorious time in our lives to an end. It's either you or them wanting to deliver a message in the outcome. But with you showing up as the Queen of Swords reversed, with the Seven of Wands reversed, you know, you know that you've looked away from something, the signs were there, and you ignored it, and this person pulled a fast one on you. And they're actually at the point where they're in love with someone else, even if they're not doing anything with that person anymore. With that World card being upright and the Knight of Wands, I think they're looking to resume it, because it goes 3 cups reversed, but then the love is upright. Like, there's still feelings there between these two people, even if they're not physically, like, in contact. The Two of Wands, they're deciding what to do, which direction to go on a new adventure. Do I go back to my person? Do I go back to this lover that I found? Like, it's also you, isn't it? It's like, well, I've got one way that I could go, which is let this person have another go around the sun with me, or I find, like, myself a new life, a new chapter. And then we've got the Two of Pentacles in the outcome as well. Right, I didn't mean to pull these out, but we've got the Three of Swords, the Eight of Swords. They kind of flew out. The Tower, shit. And the Hermit. It does seem like there's going to be the fall of something that was existing, i.e. this marriage or seriously long-term relationship. And we're going to get heartbreak. We're going to find balance, and it's going to, like, cause us to go into a period of isolation. You know, like, we'll spend time with friends and family, but not with... We're not going to let anyone in for a while because we need to do shadow work. It's pretty clear, the narrative, to be honest. It's just like, you know, the tower's going to fall, like, the marriage is going to go. It's going to collapse. You know, on your side, you are literally, like, leaving the past behind. You know, severing contact. You know it's a done deal. You know it's pointless, like flogging a dead horse. You don't want to look away from it anymore, or you know, carry on the fantasy or the delusion that everything's fine. You want to go with your better judgment now and just call it. Because they've been developing feelings for someone else. Someone outside of this connection. Let's do some digging. Where have they got the Knight of Wands? Mirror. Reflects your own issues, like attract like. Demanding. Unrealistic expectations. High maintenance diva. They basically ran to something that wasn't demanding of them. Like, it wasn't... Like, it's easy, isn't it? It's go and have sex with someone. It's easy. It's exciting. You don't owe them anything. You're not expected to... You know, there's no responsibility. There's no chores. There's no jobs. It's just exciting. It's exhilarating. So they're basically, like, running away. It's like... excitement, exhilaration. It's not because they're replacing you. However, that excitement and exhilaration, it's become something that they want to re-explore because they think they've got feelings, maybe being apart from this person. has sort of made them think in that direction. Maybe that wasn't the intention, it was just meant to be escape. Because a Knight of Wands isn't looking for serious, they're just looking for right now. Like the next hour. You know, they're not looking for marriage, they're not looking to be in love even, they're just looking for a shag. So they've somehow found a loving connection that's mutual. Lay to rest, let go of lingering disputes and make peace together. Yeah, they want to go back together with the person that they were seeing because they feel sad, you know, like they've lost something that was making them feel good. I don't see you getting back with them because, yeah, it's like a done deal, isn't it? It's like, well, you fucked around, so I don't want any part of that, that's just normal. Like, why would you want to, like, continue being, you know, trusting with someone? Trusting everything about your life with them. Your property, your savings, you know, your family, you're trusting everything. Putting all your trust in them, and then they're like running around doing all sorts behind your back. It just doesn't go together, does it? It's like, what on earth are you doing? That's not a dynamic that anyone's going to go back to, because as soon as they find out, they're going to be like, yeah, it's done. I can't think about you being with that person. It's such betrayal. Fighting for what you love, claiming what's yours, love, is a battlefield. They're the Knight of Wands. They want to go and, you know, and fight for the person that made them feel good for a while. Getting played, manipulation, lies, control. They kind of get off on, you know, this game of like winning people back over, losing them, getting them back again, losing them, getting them back again. It all heightens the excitement, the drama, the passion. It's a huge distraction, isn't it? Maybe the person that they're attracted to is loving the drama and the heightened passion as well. Maybe they were in something boring, you know. That's not meant to be any offence to you. It's just that when people are in safe connections, sometimes they long for anything other than safety. You know what I mean? Predictability, something unpredictable. They might even be predisposed to that. If they've grown up with unpredictability and it becomes too safe, they might actively sabotage stuff. That's what I mean. I'm not dissing like you at all, Sagittarius. It's their own issues, isn't it? Look, seduction. They've been seduced by someone, like attraction, flirting, dating, hooking up, temptation, third party interference. That's confirmation of what we thought. What's the nature of this connection, please? Redirect your thoughts. Focus on what you want to attract in this relationship, not what you feel will happen. So maybe it was a thought of yours that you thought this person might cheat one day, or, you know, maybe that wasn't always the case, and then more recently you thought that. And I don't know, I think that's like, to be honest, it's more, I think what that's more saying, because it's not your responsibility or your fault when someone else cheats. I think it's saying, like, don't look at it as you're not in control, you're at a loss, you lose. Look at it as like, this is just what's happening in my external realities. It's just part of the story that I wasn't expecting to happen. It's a page I wasn't expecting to read, and I'm just gonna have to take it as like, you know, wow, this is a major curveball, but at some point it's all going to feel like one day I'll have a new routine, one day it's not going to be this horrible shock anymore. It's just going to be me empowered in my new existence. Like, I will create a new routine. I will find someone who's crazy about me now, not they used to be crazy about me. I will find someone that makes me feel, you know, stunning and say that is positive. You got to reframe it, I think. It's talking about redirecting your thoughts, not. It's not about if you think low vibrational, you'll attract low vibrational because you didn't cause this person to cheat. It's not your responsibility, it's theirs. They need to take accountability for that. But they don't get to keep you. Okay, so like what you get now, even though you lose a marriage, you lose one that's dysfunctional. You gain, you know, the freedom to date and be excited and have someone hang off your every word and look at you like you're the best thing of it. That's what you gain. So I think they're just saying reframe it. Okay, they have to live with what they've done. It may go nowhere. If it goes somewhere, it's none of your business. You don't want to know because you have to concentrate on what's best for you, okay? That's your job. When will Sagittarius meet someone new? Right, stay positive. Release all expectations, don't force anything. Have faith. So, you haven't really got to do anything. This is written. You are going to meet someone. You're not going to have to do anything. There's no way that you could miss what's meant for you. It's just going to happen. You need to have faith, okay? This, for some reason, is part of your lessons. It's part of your story. It's part of your journey of being the Hierophant, okay? We don't get to, like, pick the hand that life deals us. It's just we turn the cards over and this is what we've got, okay? Let's get messages from them. Stabbed in the back. Heartbreak, pain, separation, deception, shocking attack. I've just realised that's not messages, that's... I think we should slow down. They're pulling away from you. They could have pulled away from the other person as well, the third party, when they got confused or felt guilty or both. You hurt me, but that's okay, I guess. Ew. This person's got like a victim mindset, like they think, like, no, nothing's their fault. Ace of Wands. They're all like excited and passionate about a rebirth. I'll lie awake thinking about our future. If I asked you to stay, would you leave? I mean, who knows if that's for you or for the one that they're, you know, the other one that they're thinking about. But that's just the point, isn't it? Like, we don't roll like that. We don't play like that. Absolutely not. Do one. Jog on, mate. Let's get you some advice and I'll get you some angel numbers. Listen quietly. Okay, listen to your heart, listen to your intuition, what you're being called to do. You're being called to have faith, okay, and stay positive. Seek inspiration in unusual places. You might want to take a little break from work and go travelling, you know? Change it up and get out of the routine, get some physical distance away from this shit. Because when you go travelling or when you go on holiday, you always get to zoom out, don't you? When you're stuck in that day-to-day routine, you can't see beyond the end of your nose. But when you like go on holiday, you start like looking at everything in a more zoomed out way, and you start thinking, well, do I want to live in this country anymore? Is there another job that I'd like to do? Am I really on the path that I want to be on? Like, it just allows you to step out of that like rat run, that like hamster wheel, and look at things from further away, and get clear about the big picture that you've, just because you've like made these plans and you've set these things in motion doesn't mean you can't just change direction. Like, take the wheel and reboot the GPS, you know? Start a side hustle, like, cross things off the bucket list, be open to a different kind of partner, like, there's so much out there for you, and you don't have to stay set on one path. You absolutely don't have to do that. Sometimes it's a really good thing to give yourself the opportunity to have a little break from life and just, look at things from a different angle, consider different options. Let's get some more advice. You're the architect of your future. You're not the architect of your past anymore, but you can be the architect of your future. Magic. There is magic and miracles all around me. Where others see coincidence, I see evidence of life's synchronicities. I love filling life with wonder and magic. It's way more fun that way. Projecting. Rather than reacting, I'm projecting my emotions onto others. I remember no one is to blame. No one is responsible for the emotions that I feel. When someone says or does something that brings up strong emotions within me, I have the choice in how I respond. Okay, so you don't need to rise to the bait if anyone says, ooh, what's he been doing? You need to go and confront him or her. You don't need to take it out on the kids, like they haven't done this to you. Your partner has. Friends that try to say, well, someone did this to me, but I took them back. You don't have to take other people's advice. You can just keep your gob shut. Think, no, not a chance in hell. And, they can do what they want to do. But you just have to try to temper yourself, Your major arcana is the temperance, so managing your emotions, you're pretty good at. But it could be really difficult at this time. So what this person's done to you, like seduced other people, being seduced by the people, stabbed you in the back, we're just gonna have to keep that in its category, and you give yourself the proper time to heal. Don't like keep it all pushed down and then end up taking it out on others and work or wherever. Because I do that. I work with children for a living. And teenagers take stuff out on me, and I take stuff out on them very occasionally. I've got a very, very long fuse, but if I'm run down or, I feel like someone's particularly being offensive, I can just completely, like, my blood will be boiling, and I just haven't got that long fuse that I would normally have. So, we all have to take a step back and go, do you know what, I'm like actually taking stuff out on people at the moment. Let's get one more advice, then I'll get you some angel numbers. Peaceful heart. Oh, that's a beautiful boat. And look, you've got very like similar stuff coming out, haven't you? I think you're supposed to be on a bit of an eat, pray, love year, I think you're supposed to travel. I think you're supposed to get to know yourself outside of this connection once again. Find the you that you used to be before you were with this person, because, you know, it becomes your whole identity. But you were a person before all of this. You were a person before all of this. Go travelling, reconnect with yourself, get to know, you know, bits of yourself that you never had a chance to explore because you were too busy being a mum or a dad. You're too busy being the reliable one, the responsible one. Put yourself first. That's, for me, like, that's the message here. Redirect your thoughts to, like, them and place them around you, and be the architect of, like, your next 6 months to a year. Fuck them. Fuck it. That's what I'd do. I should be like, do one. Don't need this shit. Right, let's get you some angel numbers. Messages from your angels. Right, you've got loads here, but I reckon you deserve it. Compassion, mercy, diplomacy, potential, service, recovery, adaptability, and renewal. 2020. It's a confirmation that your assumptions and beliefs are correct. But it's also an encouragement to use your talents and gifts, because they will benefit the world and your pockets. Be of service to others. Your potential is enormous. So you're supposed to do something, whether it's create a platform or move into another field where you may already work in a field where you assist people, heal people, help people, encourage people, mentor people, teach people, train people. There's some other career path within the field of care or teaching or helping others, that you really are missing a trick to not explore, okay, and monetize. 555, encouragement, support, obstacle, battle, calling, restructuring, creative work. 5s are the number of change, okay? You are going to level up. It might not feel good initially, but it will prepare you to handle the greater things in life for your highest good. That is the why you've been looking for. Push through it. There's a reward waiting at the finish line. Love it. So it's going to be tough to start with. You're like, why the fuck am I being given these challenges? I don't like it. I don't want it. And then you'll have to do it because you just have to. You've got no choice. And then you'll end up better off. Okay. 2002, the void. Longing, technology, ambition, genius, forward thinking, stress and depression. You have more control over your life than you realise. Learn and execute what interests you. Turn things around, it gets better with time. That's very much like redirect your thoughts, isn't it? Focus on what you want to attract, not what you fear will happen. So what do you want to attract into your life, and make it so. There are plenty of friends to make, so chill out, have fun and open up, go outside. So you need to get away from this, like, overly focused kind of smaller world, and blow it open and just mix it up, yeah? Cross things off of the bucket list, get things booked in for the next 6 months to a year, Think about next year, you know, start to think about the future and what's missing in your life, what are the things you've always wanted to do and you just haven't got any closer to it. What other elements of, you know, your working life, your career, you know, could be explored to just have full-on change. Orchestrate the changing life, be the architect of your future. You don't have to just wait for shit to happen to you. You might feel like stuff just happening to you that you don't want, major change, you know, tower moments that you just don't want. But you need to reframe it and see it as an opportunity to just start fucking living. You know, we don't exist for one other person on the planet, especially when they start like not deserving it at all. Drama alert, independence, independence, soul mission, alone time, learning, healing, aspirations. Take a few deep breaths and focus inward. You need time to think things over and consider your options. At this time, you must rely solely on yourself. You might not believe it, but you're heading in the right direction. What appears to be a lull in activity is just a natural part of the process, okay? So it could be a little dull for a while you're in your planning phase. 11:11, oh my God, 11:11, wish come true. Moderation, patience, flowing, self-realization, manifestation, gateway and taking action. You're in for a lucky break. It may come as happy news, experience new opportunities, or an exciting acquaintance. You will find yourself in the right place at the right time. It is not a coincidence, but a gift from fate. I love that. I love that we finished on that one. What do you want out of your future relationship? Because you are on this voyage solo now. But this is where you get to make some magic, okay? It's the planning phase. It'll feel dull for a few months and then you'll start to experience all, you know, the bounty that you could ever imagine. In a year, you'll just be so fucking free of all this bullshit and bollocks. Right, I need to put a light on. If this resonates, please give it a like. If you think you know a Sagittarius that is going through this at the moment, please share the channel with them. If it doesn't resonate, check out your other placements or just accept that there's other people that are going through this and the divine wants to help them in particular right now. So, you know, sometimes it's not always going to resonate. It's just you can't get every single one, you know. Right, we are going to be moving on to Capricorn. Hi, Swagatika. Hi. I hope I pronounced your name right. You're the first person to talk to me this evening. Been on here for a couple of hours now. I don't think anyone's used to me coming on. No, I usually do my lives at the weekend. But I didn't have Wi-Fi, to be fair to me, and I was really unwell as well. Ugh. Okay, Capricorn. Oh. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm not ignorant. I'm just tired because I'm short of oxygen. My nose is blocked. So I'm just a mouth breather at the moment. I need to get the Vicks out. Okay, spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Capricorn's highest good. How is Capricorn feeling in this third week of May 2025 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for Capricorn, please. Thank you for the likes. Oh, goodness me. One more get up and then I've got a week off. I need it. The Fool, you're ready to take a leap of faith. You're ready to jump off that ledge, okay? Blind faith. Aries energy, confident, assertive, excited, optimistic. Okay, so we've got the last quarter moon. Now, in ancient civilizations, like, imagine you're in the middle of, like, ancient Egypt. People would get used to the full moon being there, and then it would be a 3/4 moon, and then a half moon, and then the last quarter moon. They would start to feel sad because they're going to lose all of the light. So with this card, it's about needing to learn to let go of the past and come to terms with the fact that we don't get to control it. Okay, this is inevitable, losing this last bit of the moon. That's what that card's about. It's a very thick deck, this one. It's not 78 cards, there's a lot more, because it's got cards about the moon and the sun, phases as well. Let's get one more. Okay. We've got forward movement. A decision's been made and we're taking action on it with the 3 of Wands. But why have we got the Death card reversed, the Empress, the Lovers, the Magician reversed? What is going on? Right, I read from the back. So the Magician, when it's upright, is someone that's got all 4 aces. Okay, they believe that they can make miracles happen because they have all the tools. They have the Ace of Wands, the Ace of Swords, the Ace of Pentacles, the Ace of Cups. You know, they have all the tools to succeed. But you must have felt in some way that you didn't have all of the tools to succeed. Now, this was with regards to being in love. The love is Gemini energy. So you could have been dealing with a Gemini, but we've also got the Empress. So that's Taurus and Libra in energy. Could have been dealing with a Gemini, a Taurus, or a Libra. But these cards are upright, but they're in combination with that one where something just was missing. And then you've got the Death card reversed, so that's Scorpio. So you could be dealing with a Scorpio or someone with these placements, Gemini, Libra, Taurus, or Scorpio. That's reversed, so there was like, I don't want to let go. I want to take action. Is this someone that you miss from the past? That you feel like you want another go around with? I'm thinking about the past because we got the Death card reversed, because that's about walking into the next chapter. When it's upright, you're walking out of the gates and into a new chapter. But when it's reversed, it's like, I'm not closing out this cycle. The Empress attracts, she does not chase. So I feel like you want to go towards this Empress because you know that they love you and you love them. If the Death card wasn't there, I'd say this is like the future and it's someone new. But because we've got the Death card, it's like... And then you've got this last quarter moon where it's like you don't want to let go of something from the past. So perhaps you want to take a leap of faith with someone from the past. Because you feel that you're a divine couple, that they love you as much as you love them. Either way, whichever one it is, you're progressing. You're going down this route now of proceeding to go and get your person, whether they're new or from the past. Because we've gone from the Ace of Wands, not the Ace of Wands, the Fool, past the Ace of Wands, past the Two of Wands to the Three of Wands, which is taking action. Right, they have got the Temperance reverse, which is the Major for Sagittarius, and the Judgment. So they feel called to act. The Divine is, this... Is it a bugle? I don't know if I just made that up. But it's like the angel Gabriel saying, like, wake up. Like, wake up, I need you to... It's time. It's time to go. Time to take action. Now, the Temperance is managing emotions and getting that balance. Anger, frustration, tears, sadness, happiness, laughing. Like, it's trying to find just a balance and not lose patience, not lose temper. But we're impatient now. I think it's like, go, hurry up, go, go, go. Someone feels that it's time to take action now. They're being called by their intuition. Okay, the universe is raising the dead. They're like, come on, let's go. I mean, that, if that describes you as well, doesn't it? Hi, Arjit. The King of Wands. You've both got that fire energy because they've got the King of Wands. You've got the Fool. That's Aries energy. It's confidence. It's being motivated to act. It's being action orientated, assertive, very focused on goals, status, what people view us to be like, how we present on the outside. It's going after what we want. It's like solar plexus activated. Solar eclipse. So that something's blocked out the sun temporarily, and the sun is like when we're happy. But it's just for a moment. It can stop you in your tracks, doesn't it? Everyone stops and stares at the solar eclipse because they're just like, well, what's going to be the consequences of this? Like, let's just stand still for a minute. And then everyone carries on. And it's like, never happened. The Ace of Pentacles. So in the outcome, we've got an Ace of Pentacles. Now, this is leveling up. This is coming together. You know, getting on a mortgage together. Purchasing a house together. It's getting a new job. Getting a promotion. It's very good luck, this, and it's security, it's time, money, and energy, like an upgrade. Imagine that an Ace of Pentacles is like thousands of pentacles, you know, it's like sudden increase, and it's helped along by the divine. You see these clouds here, and this hand coming out of the ground, like this is an ace. So your hard work's being rewarded, or their hard work's being rewarded. Now, you had the Magician reversed, and perhaps it was the Ace of Pentacles that was missing. This is the ace that we needed. The World and the Page of Wands. See, the World is reversed, okay? The Page of Wands is reversed, so there's some sort of like loss of excitement or enthusiasm, loss of naivety. And instead of feeling like a cycle is completing, or we're excited for a new adventure, we get stuck, okay? We get stuck, so I don't know why. But let's get one more for the outcome. Maybe that's that solar eclipse. We're on a collective reading for Capricorn. It's not individual. And then it's Aquarius and Pisces after this, so we've got a couple of hours ahead of me. You just need to watch watch your sun sign or your moon sign or the sign of the person that you're interested in. They should resonate. If you want to buy a personal reading, you can contact me via messaging on TikTok. King of Cups upright. King of Cups upright is very nice. That's feeling calm, assured, being empathetic, understanding, generous of heart, generous of emotion, you know, accepting apologies, giving apologies, being patient. That's a nice energy, King of Cups. So we've got the Lovers upright. We've got the Empress upright. We've got the Three of Wands. We've got the King of Cups. We've got the Ace of Pentacles. There's a lot that's positive. I just don't know why there's a bit of hesitation with closing out a cycle. I think you don't want someone new, you want the past. And I think the past wants you, because they're being called to act, and they're confident, they're glowing up, they're looking attractive, they're doing well in life. And then there's like a blip that makes them kind of stop still in their tracks. And suddenly, you know, you're the magician, you've got everything that you need to be this fool and take a leap of faith. If they're the King of Wands, maybe you're the King of Cups. Okay, so perhaps you're highly attracted to them. You view them as the Empress, and then they go into their masculine energy. But you're both in masculine energy, because you're in the King of Cups energy. They're in the King of Wands. You might just be completely on the same page, you know, wanting to come back towards each other, Capricorn. Is there someone from the past that you believe like you were a really good match with and it shouldn't have ended? Or that maybe, you know, if you came back together it'd work this time? That you never really got over each other? Let's get some clarification for them. Why did they have the Temperance reversed and a call to action? Why were their emotions all out of whack? Show off. Needs to prove themselves, insecure exhibitionist. Well, a King of Wands is definitely that. King of Wands is very, very proud. You see this proud lion here. Look how he presents himself. He's fantastic to look at. And he has to be confident and he has to be achieving lots. He's an overachiever. You know, his or her whole identity is to achieve, to do better than everyone else. Everything is a competition for the King of Wands. And it's very embarrassing for them to not be the one that's doing the best out of everyone. They love attention, they love success, and they hate to lose, and they hate to, you know, feel like they disappointed themselves or anyone else. All talk, silver-tongued devil, big flirt, no action player. Maybe they were a bit immature the first time. Maybe their ego was like, you know, bigger than their heart. Fogs bind. When paths are unclear and spirits froze, sometimes leaving brings light. So they could have doubted like the path that they were on momentarily. Solar eclipses are momentary. They're just for a minute or two. Okay, but it left them really unclear about their decisions, about where they were going, you know, major things in life. There was a blip, there was a bump in the road. Let's get at what lies beneath. What was this bump in the road? Private relationship. They could have started something with someone else, or they could have kept you on the down low and not let it go exclusive. caution. They could have started to think, oh, I can progress even higher if I get with someone that has more money, or I can look like I can show off more if I get with someone who, you know, is ready for marriage. Because people like this view marriage as increasing their status, even though technically you could have a shitty marriage. This kind of person is just so concerned with what everything looks like from the outside. So if someone has a better car, if someone has a better house, if someone has, you know, more muscles, or if someone has bigger boobs or nicer hair or like better teeth, they're very obsessed with what people think of them and how they're achieving in life, whether that's financially, you know, looks wise, material possessions. Very, very important to this person. They don't do worse in life, they have to keep doing better, and they want to be the first to achieve certain milestones. They're highly competitive and very sensitive to what people think of them. So they would just won't allow, like, they will always like project onto other people their insecurities, and they will ditch, you know, partners to kind of push themselves up. They'll climb up the backs of others. I'm not saying they're not charming and they're not romantic and loyal, but they can get to a point where if they decide that their path is best walked alone or with a different person, they will put their own ego first, and they will, you know, tell themselves, oh, it must be your fault that I'm not doing as well as what I thought I would be at this point in my life. It must be your fault, you know, that I'm not where I want to be. And so they'll just like walk up your back. Do you know what I mean? And then jump into like someone else's car and drive off. So you got to be careful with people who are very ones driven, because they're all about status and what it looks like. And, you know, if they're not progressing, then it's not working for them. And the problem is, in life, you can't always be on this upwards trajectory. Life is ups and downs, and sometimes it's steady. But a ones person wants to constantly project forwards to their own detriment. Sometimes, you know, they take a leap into something new, like a new venture, and it flops. And they might lose loads of money or collapse a business, but they don't care. They want to and need to keep trying to progress. They can be very foolish, but they will tell themselves it was your fault that they failed and they just need to do it with a different person next time. They can't handle, you know, like the indignity of it possibly being their mistake, or their miscalculation. It's like the ego can't handle it. What's the nature of this connection, please, between Capricorn and the one that's showing up in their reading? Keep the door open. Don't be so focused on a closed door that you don't see the ones which open for you. Ooh. They might have taken this for granted. You or them might have taken this for granted. Someone closed the door on this prematurely and they never got over it, and I don't know if it's you or them. Because if the world card was upright, I'd say it's a new cycle with a different person, but you got the world reversed, you got the death reversed, the last quarter moon holding on to the past, and then this like call to action. What else did they have? The King of Wands and solar eclipse. It's like they're taking a pause to like contemplate where they're going. You've got 3 of Wands, so you're both being called to act. You could have both, like, just thought that you've moved on from this, and then neither of you have. Love, unconditional love, self-love, oneness, passion, affection, attraction. Yeah, I do get the sense that someone's taking this for granted, but I don't know whether spirits... We'll get spirits' advice later on, but for you anyway. Messages from them. Happiness is my priority. So whatever they think is going to make them happy, they're going to pursue that. I don't want to lose you. Okay, you make this person feel grounded, you make them feel stable. They might not have made you feel like that though. Let me hold you. They're reflecting on the past. 7 is a number of reflection. Let's get you some advice. Right, notice predictable rhythms. So you might think that you're supposed to come back together with this person, okay, but you could end up on a karmic wheel where they just take you for granted again, or blame you for like their failures, or their egos just so fat they can't get their head through the flopping door. You need to look out for predictable patterns, because I didn't like this one, to be honest. When it said keep the door open, don't be so focused on the past. It's talking about a door that's closed. You're so focused on looking at the one that's closed that you're not seeing you. And then we had caution, didn't we? For them in private relationship. Make space for it. I think you need to let this go. And I know it looks different, but you're viewing them as the Empress. And, this is someone that you're completely in love with. You viewed them as all 4 queens and just like so attractive, so nurturing, so lovely, but I'm not sure that's who they are. I think they're more of a King of Wands, like fucking egotistical, You're always shifting. You could go back together with this person, but you're not going to be the person that you were, and they won't either. I've tried to do that, and being another person tried to get back together, and just straight away we were like, it's gone, isn't it? We said that to each other because we just knew, like, it felt different, it felt weird. It was gone. So you might remember how magical it was when you were together, but when you see each other next, if you do that, it's not going to feel the same. And that's really sad, but that relationship was right for that time in your life. Okay, because it made you feel that good about that person. That's great. That's brilliant. A life would not be worth living if you never met anyone and you never felt that way about anyone ever. To have experienced love and lost it is better than to never have had it at all. Take some time to reflect on how far you've come and all the things that have happened, and whether, if you're being real with yourself, this could feel the same. Because I think about my person in Italy every day, and I remember like that we had it really good, but it would just make me feel ill if I was around them, and then I just saw that they didn't feel that way about me anymore. It would make me feel so distressed, honestly. Like, I don't think it's always good to go back there. I don't think it's good to like try to step back into that you know, photos of the past. Like, I just think people change and too much has happened sometimes to revisit and try to, you know, it's like stepping back into an act, you know, from a play. Like, you can't go back to an earlier act and act it out with the same naivety. You know, too much has happened, too much has changed, too much has been said, too much has been done. It's going to be different now, you know, and that's probably fucking sad to try and, like, you know, it's not going to make you feel the way that you hope. They're not going to react the way that you hope. People do get back together. Some people even get remarried, but it's very rare. It's incredibly rare. It's exceptional, I think. Spiritual journey. Explore the deep connection with the universe on your spiritual journey. You know, this is a trying time, but we mustn't try to turn around and go back down the path that we've already, you know, treaded. We have to just keep walking forwards, guys. Even if the past is more comforting to us, because we kind of know it, we need to just walk forwards, because there's good stuff. We're not allowed to see it. We can't see what's ahead of us, but there's really good stuff down there, I promise you. Creator of happiness. I reclaim my power to create my own joy and happiness. It is not dependent on any outside source or individual. Therefore, it cannot be taken away. It can always be found within me. That's true. That's absolutely true. Okay, you make new memories, you make different ones, and you don't have to pretend that the past never happened. I think that's incredibly hurtful, and it would mess with your head psychologically to do that. You don't need to erase it or regret it or resent it. You just have to hold it and then let it go, you know, and think, I'll hold space in my heart for that person, but I deserve to be happy and thrilled and live my best life and cross things off my bucket list and meet new souls that are into the things that I'm into, whether that be hobbies or places or, you know, or what. But you just deserve to be fulfilled. You deserve to be happy. And happiness, if you place all your happiness, if you make sure that your happiness rests on what one person decides to do, you're going to be fucking miserable. If you're like, they have to be back with me or I'll be miserable, you're going to be miserable. So don't put yourself in that situation, don't frame it like that, and do not, you know, because you're catastrophizing and you're setting yourself up for major depression, major weakness, major disappointment. If you never see that person again, you're still the person that you always was. That you always was. That you always were. You're still that person that they were really attracted to. You were someone before them. So you don't need to place, like, you know, the outcome of what they decide to do. You don't need to place your happiness in their hands, or, like, you know, the outcome has to be that they realise that they've left a really good thing behind, or we have to end up back together, or I'm going to have a terrible life. It's just not true. It's not true. Okay, and thank God. Because sometimes you revisit and then you think it's gone, it's just gone. So how sad would that be if it was gone and then there was nothing new out there for you? Of course there is. Okay, you have to, like, remember that you're a person before all of this, and the world is so immense and so vast and has so much to offer. Think about all the countries, all the different music, the different food, different activities, you know, things that you've always wanted to see and do. You've got so much ahead of you. All these like different souls that you're going to come into contact with from joining groups or clubs or going, you know, to cross these things off your bucket list. You're going to come into contact with amazing people, and people that will just do something nice for you one day for no reason other than they thought you were a swell person. Like, don't put everything on one person and what they choose to do next, because you're putting way too much power in their hands. You're worth more than that. You deserve better than to treat yourself like that or keep yourself in mental entrapment like that. Fuck them right off. Okay, and if they come back, they come back, but you'll be over it by then, so whatever. You're not saying you're not allowed to think about this person anymore, but keep it to a minimum. Don't spend your whole time thinking, I mean, you're going to be happy if they come back, or you're staring at your phone. Just don't live your life like that. It's not okay. It's really limiting. You'll find yourself just being down all the time. If Capricorn is meant to be with someone new, when will this new person come back? Come in. When will this new person come in? When will Capricorn meet someone new? Let it happen organically, okay? So when you start just living your best life, it'll happen. You don't need to, like, you know, join a dating website, or you don't need to start overly chatting with everyone around you. You're not doing anything to limit your happiness other than like focusing too much on a door that's already closed. So just as soon as you quit that, everything will loosen up and speed up, okay? And then we've got around May. So I don't know if that's this month or this time next year. But Spirit's definitely, this is not the end for you, this is just the beginning, okay? Spirit's got plenty in line for you. Let's pull you some angel numbers. 0303, taking chances. Success, knowledge, friendship, impatience, freedom, and optimism. When chances present themselves, seize them and do something out of the ordinary. Whether in your professional or personal life, you will find success by welcoming creative impulses and having faith in your own abilities. Trust in chance and take risks on opportunities that could change your life for the better. Wow. Okay, so there's tremendous change ahead, and it's completely meant. It's all out there waiting for you. Really good stuff ahead. And of course you're going to meet someone new. It's going to happen. You know, without you trying, you don't need to try. It's just going to happen anyway. I love that. Okay, so I'm going to tidy these cards up, and then we're going to go on to Aquarius. If you liked this reading, don't forget to hit the like button. Stay notified. Share the channel. Follow, subscribe, repost. Support the channel, please. I really appreciate it. If you think this reading, if you think this is something that's going on with somebody that you know, share it with them, absolutely. I don't know about you, but I'm Taurus and I tend to make friends with a lot of Taurians. And I don't know if it happens on purpose or if I just find out the Taurian and then I'm just extra attracted to them, but I mostly date Leos, because they're attracted to me, and I mostly attract, friendships-wise, Tauruses, but I have got some friends that are other signs as well, but a lot of Taurian ones. And I've dated people that aren't Leo, but mostly Leos. So what I'm getting at is if you're Capricorn, but you have Capricorn friends, you might want to share this. Share this with them as well. Okay, on to Aquarius. Okay, let's have a shuffle. That was a disaster. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Aquarius' highest good. How is Aquarius feeling in this third week of May 2025 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards for Aquarius, please. How is Aquarius feeling? The King of Swords, that's very Aquarian energy. That's very typical of Aquarius. I'm just going to put another light on so you can see the cards more clearly. I need a jumper on as well, it's a bit cold. No wonder that window's cracked. Freezing. Gonna put socks on as well. The King of Swords is highly intelligent. The King of Swords is strategic. You think of a chessboard. They don't make moves without thinking about it over and over and over and over again, okay? Aquarius makes no mistakes. You can bet that when they make a move, they've been thinking about it for a while. They've been thinking about it from all angles, okay? They've got a silver tongue, They know what to say and how to say it and when to say it. Okay, but he's upright, so, mostly he uses his words for good, mentoring, teaching, helping the community, being an upstanding citizen. If he was reversed, I'd say, he's been manipulative, running rings around people. But he's upright, so let's get another one. Typical air energy. Swords are air. Aquarius is air. The thinker. You are the thinker. Your acts of... your love is in the form of acts of service, okay? You like to help people. You may extend yourself too far at times, trying to help too many people. The Temperance reversed, okay? So that's the major arcana for Sagittarius. If it was upright, you'd be very balanced in your emotions, but you might feel like you're losing your temper or that you're feeling depressed, very low mood or mood swings, something like this. You might find it really difficult at the moment to temper yourself. Right, you could be hemorrhaging money, okay, because the pentacles are falling out of the purse or the wallet. This is conserving, building wealth, holding on to it, being frugal. He's keeping those pentacles close and counting them all, every day. This person is being a bit frivolous or naive with money, or they've had a loss of money. They might have more outgoings than incomings, something like this. Happens to all of us at times. Let's get 3 for your person. So you're showing up as a king. So you've got responsibilities at home and work. You could have children, you could have a house or rent to pay. You could be quite progressed in your career. You could be married, you don't have to be. Let's see who comes out for you if there's a king or a queen. Right, you've got the rising sun reversed, the Page of Pentacles reversed, the Four of Swords reversed, and the new moon reversed. Well, if we read them from the back, the rising sun, when it's upright, is the start of a phase of happiness, like something has just begun. Like in the morning when the sun's just rising, it's like something started to become exciting and it just keeps getting better and better. As that sun rises to its highest point, this is the card of the rising sun, okay? That's the mood, that's the vibe. Is like something started off as like a new dawn, a new day, and then it just started to get better and better and better. However, that was brought to a stop. The Page of Pentacles, now that was reversed, wasn't it? So when that's upright, the Page of Pentacles is someone that wants to offer to date and date with a view to having a relationship if it goes well. It's a serious card of like, I intend to invest time, money and energy. Eventually we'd have the Ten of Pentacles. It's a serious page, they're looking to invest. But this is like someone that's not investing long term. The Four of Swords is like, I need respite. When it's reversed, it's like, I refuse to rest. It's restless, okay? I don't know if that was upright or not. And then the new moon was reversed, so A new moon is like the beginning of a new moon cycle, you know, so you see the shooting star, you know, it's like we're ready to catch like the next sort of bit of good luck, the next phase, moving into a new cycle. It's like the light's starting to appear again, but that was reversed, I'm sure it was. So it's like we just feel like something abruptly ended and we've not received like a new moon, a new cycle. We're not getting the light. They're the cards of the one that's on your mind, or the one that you're dealing with, or, you know, manifesting in. But let's see what else comes out for them. The Ace of Pentacles reversed. That's interesting, because we had the Page of Pentacles reversed, now we've got the Ace of Pentacles reversed. There could be a loss of money, demotion, being in between jobs, withdrawal, major withdrawal of investment of time, money and energy by this person. Or they felt that someone withdrew a major amount of time, money and energy from them, i.e. you. They're showing up as they're not showing up as a court card, but they're not showing up as a knight, they're showing up as a page. Someone clearly hoped that this would be something serious that they could invest into, and then it was withdrawn, majorly withdrawn from them, and they thought they would get a new cycle, and it didn't happen. Ace of Swords, they feel completely in the dark about whether they're going to get their Ten of Cups. The Ten of Cups is like, you know, two partners, everyone in the household being happy, everyone in that wider family dynamic being, they've all got their cups filled. You know, you've got two swans and some cygnets swimming around next to them, and everyone's cup is filled with water, filled with happy emotion. And they're sort of like, you know, their necks across, they're just completely besotted. And so the babies are all fulfilled, and it's like, they're just completely in the dark as to why that hasn't happened for them. There's such a lack of clarity, there's just total fog for this person, because the Ace of Swords is like a confession, revelation, major clarity, the truth. You know, they've got none of that. It's just like so unclear, so foggy, so confused, so in the dark as to what is going on. Let's get 3 for the outcome. What will be the outcome, please, for Aquarius and the one that's on their minds or the one that they've been dealing with? The Death card reversed, major for Scorpio. It's worth mentioning that the King of Swords works off logic. Air signs can come across cold, but they're going with logic and what makes logical sense rather than letting their emotions govern them. So it's how they're hardwired. You know, they can talk in quite a business-like way at times. Doesn't mean that they can't put on a silver tongue when they want to, but they'd have to consciously work to do that. They may say things like apologies or regards, you know, talk in a very businessy way. They can come across very businessy. Death card reversed. Something's not over here. There's unfinished business. The setting sun, that's the same as the death card reversed. It's like the sun reached its highest point and then it started to lower and we were coming to the end of a cycle, the end of a phase, and we're just ignoring that. We're like, nope, I don't want that to stop. Push that sun back up in the sky. I don't want the sun to set on this relationship, this connection. The Seven of Wands reversed. Feeling defeated, feeling like we don't have the high ground, we don't have the advantage. We're feeling defeated, like we haven't got this air of competition about us, this air of I can win. You know, it's a sense of like I lost, like I've got the disadvantage, not the advantage. That's a shame. That's really a shame. What's interesting is I said the King of Swords is someone that can be unemotional. They prefer logic and to intellectualize things and analyze things. Everything's very strategic. But then we've got the Temperance reverse. So it looks like they're being overcome with emotion or mood swings from approaching things in that logical way. And then the Four of Pentacles reverse is like somehow there's like more outgoings than what's coming in. So maybe work's been affected by mood, or we're like gambling or overspending because, you know, our emotions are all out of whack, and it's a form of like rebellion, isn't it? To just, some people rebel with food, some people rebel with over exercising or overspending or under exercising. We all push back at times. So maybe you've been pushing back financially or taking risks with money, or just feel like you've got loads of outgoings at the moment. I don't think you're in a full relationship with this person, but they've been hoping to get proper investment. They want like a 10 of Cups family situation with you. Like that's the kind of dynamic they're after. And I think they feel like they didn't get it and they're totally confused about the future. In the outcome, I'm not sure if that's you or them, but there's a sense of like, I don't want this to be the end, because we've got Death reversed, the Setting Sun reversed, the Seven of Wands reversed, but we feel defeated. We feel completely like we don't know, we wouldn't know what to do to like keep this going. I'm from northwest of England, like near Liverpool. let's get some more like a better understanding of what's making them feel this way and behaving this way. So why have they got the Ace of Swords reversed, the Ace of Pentacles reversed? Show off, needs to prove themselves, insecure, exhibitionist. So this person could be very stubborn, because we have the Four of Swords reversed. So they're very stubborn. They care about what people think. They want to show everyone that they're doing really well. It takes two. Someone is not committed, incompatible, conflicted. So they didn't get the teamwork, the partnership that they were looking for from you. Okay, they feel like really let down, really confused by how this derailed. They could have done things, you know, that were foolish, like if they felt, you know, like their pride was very high, they could have like pushed you away. Instead of being forgiving, they could have thrown down the gauntlet and made ultimatums. They could have kicked off, you know, like something wasn't aligned here. Trusted ties, build rapport, believe in mutual respect and respond with understanding. So there's communication problems here for sure. Flight plan. Sometimes things fall apart for better things to come. Okay, so they might have just given up on this and thought this is too difficult to push together. Therefore, I'm not going to, you know, push for this anymore. Or they could have just felt like you took a flight plan and you bailed. Maybe they felt like they were being strung along, that you didn't really want this. Depression. They've been really, really down because of this. Keeping a promise. They never told anyone. Okay, they never told anyone about this, about what they hoped to have with you or how serious this got for them. They never told you how serious this was for them. You could have seen glimpses of that, or they could have written glimpses to do with that, but not really the scope of, like, they've been properly in depression over this for a long time and, you know, started to heal from it, but they think a lot about it and makes them down. They keep replaying the past in their heads to comfort them because they're just really down about the fact that this isn't, you know, it has come to an end. They're in denial about it in case they replay the past, like, little moments they had together to bring them some comfort. They're totally holding out hope that something will restart here. Something will start back up. Let's get messages from them. I can't understand what you want, Aquarius, because you look like you're just trying to balance your emotions and your finances at the moment. Like, you don't look like you're going towards this person, showing up as a king, like very much sitting still. And it's not that you're not busy. You think you're really busy, but you're not going towards this person. You matter. I miss you. Do you miss me? I just wish things were different. That's sad. They wish that you were family. You just, like, you're facing the other way and you're not asked. To me, like, I don't know if you're over emotional or having mood swings because of external stuff, or you miss them and you miss the good times. I don't know. I don't know what's causing this emotional imbalance in you. And then, you know, this outgoings of money. But in the outcome, no one's put it to bed. Not you, not them. What's the nature of this connection, please? Redirect your thoughts. Focus on what you want to attract in this relationship, not on what you fear will happen. Keep the door open. Don't be so focused on a closed door that you don't see the ones which open for you. Third party situation. Other people may be interfering with this relationship and dimming its full potential. Distance. The separation you're experiencing is necessary to help the relationship grow. Pay attention to signs. The synchronicities you've been noticing are not coincidences, Aquarius. Have faith. The angels are working behind the scene to make this relationship flourish. Be present. You will attract love by enjoying your life as it is. Wherever you are, be all there. Okay, so I think this advice for you and this person, but don't dwell on things that are getting you down. Be high vibrational, okay, because whatever's supposed to be will be, and you're supposed to have time apart from each other. Make the effort. This love is worth taking risks. You are called to move forwards. Well. Right, let's get you some advice, then I'll get you some angel numbers. I know for a fact if I pull timing, because it says divine timing, it's just going to say, like, don't rush it, or, like, don't focus, don't force it, and all this, but I will try and pull a timing for you, because you never know. Sometimes it throws that out and then adds a time frame as well. Rest. It's very important that you rest right now, Aquarius. Are you getting to a point where you're not sleeping? Are you overanalyzing, ruminating, being fearful? You need to get some rest, okay? So you need to do whatever it takes to raise your vibration, stop worrying about stuff. Even things like finances. Life has a weird way of working itself out. Everything can be sorted. Love your dark side too. Okay, so whatever you see your dark side as being, that's a part of who you are, and you need to have love for every part of yourself. Okay, whatever you think your flaws are, it's part of who you are, and people love you. Okay, they love every bit of you. And you might think that something's really unhealthy, but maybe it's not. Maybe you've been told it's unhealthy, and maybe it's just, you know, maybe it's other people that are wrong. Does that make sense? Yes, you can. Somehow you've got to a point where you feel utterly defeated, but you are not. You are not defeated, okay? You can have the advantage, you can be competitive, you can win, you can be excited. You need a rest, okay? You've got yourself very drained. You know, like, the way that you perceive stuff is, it can totally change, can't it, day to day? Like, if you see something and it triggers emotions in you, you can get really down and just think, I don't want anything to do with other people now romantically, or you can get sick, and then, you know, when you have the flu, I know I do, I get all weepy and I feel really sorry for myself, and I feel genuinely weak, like physically weak, and then it makes me feel emotionally down and like depressed. And it's just depends, like, it really depends what's going on with your health, what's going on with your finances. If you have, you know, a huge compliment off someone, seeing her in work, you're just skipping home, aren't you? And it's just, or if someone flirts with you that you didn't think would ever look at you in a million years, you're skipping home. Like, you're not a bad person to feel down sometimes. Like, you are capable of a full range of emotions. And so maybe you just had a really challenging, difficult slog, recently, but you need to take rest. When you have a really beautiful sleep, you feel awesome after that as well. If you're not sleeping, you feel like shit, so if this isn't within your control at the moment, go to the doctors, get it dealt with. Don't just let it bumble on. Because when you're not getting rest, you can't feel positive, you can't feel upbeat, you don't have, all the cylinders are just running on empty. So that is like no way to exist on a regular basis, is it? You've got to get sorted with like some kind of like therapy, medication, both. Do something to address that, okay? If it's, or you just need like, maybe you have got time to rest coming up, like I've got a week off coming up. I really need it. I'm run down, really run down. So maybe there's like a period that is coming up. If there isn't, you need to actively work on how you're going to get more rest, okay? Because all of this, you got some guilt over something, this is like your shadow side as well as like the bright side of you. You've got to accept parts of yourself and don't let anyone make you think that, you're a terrible person. Whatever it is that you want, Aquarius, it's out there waiting for you. You can have it, okay? You absolutely can. Let's get you some more advice. Sometimes I don't do anything and stuff sorts itself. And that can make you feel really uplifted and good as well. Just like random stuff happening that's really nice. Can just give you a boost, Tip things in the right direction where it was sort of balanced. Tips things in the right direction, you feel more positive again. Language of the cosmos. Decode the cosmos. The cosmos' language for different sights and guidance. No, for deeper insights and guidance. Sorry, the text has no spaces and it's really thin on a black background, so it's really difficult to read it. It's just continuous letters, there's no spaces. Decode the cosmos' language for deeper insights and guidance. So you're being called to like work on your spirituality, work on your faith in the divine, that it's all for a reason. There's some sort of wider plan, bigger plan going on. And, you're very welcome to read about, get to know the 4 psychic clair senses. Everyone's got at least 2. And if you read about stuff, you tend to activate it accidentally, because you just understand what it is that you've been experiencing or what you've been looking for. You educate yourself. This book's real easy reading. It's Kevin Hunter, The 4 Psychic Clair Senses. It's quite a small book, it's large font. Tells you about all the chakras, the angels that you need to ask for help to unclog each chakra. What earth angels are, different like orders of like your spirit team's composed of like different layers, different like hierarchies of helpers and stuff. So you need to like maybe like dive into, books about spirituality. And I mean, you obviously like are spiritual because you're watching tarot, but broaden your mind, broaden it with religion, philosophy, the bigger questions. You might be getting too bogged down with day-to-day responsibilities, you know, lifestyle problems, things that you do for others. So you're very like responsible, Aquarius, but you can lose yourself in all these things that you're doing for others. You might need some food for the soul, you know. After reading that Kevin Hunter book, I was on holiday and I had to like, I started to like visualize. It's like an ascension, like I activated my powers for channeling. It was like my third eye chakra was opening. It was really weird. I just kept seeing purple, like shapes and like sort of like moving colours. When I was closing my eyes, I was still awake, but I was closing my eyes ready to sleep, and it was just like happening. Nothing like that's ever happened to me before. Trust me, that was a brand new experience. It was beautiful. It wasn't scary. It was really, really beautiful, really, really nice. And I was dead excited. I like texted my friend straight away and I was like, oh my God, this thing's just happened. Like, and that's from reading that book. It was from nothing else. Coming my way, unique opportunities aligned with my desires present themselves to me. I attract all that I need to make my dreams a reality. Now that's interesting because you had, yes, you can. Okay, so you're being urged to take some rest, practice self-love, self-care, get some deeper insights on why we're all here, what it's all about. Okay, move further out of that like human shell that you currently reside in. Yes, you can. Like, there's loads of stuff that you want in life and you're kind of holding yourself back from it, but you need to stop doing that. You need to stop it. This life is limitless. It's only got limits that are imposed by you. Because they're not showing up as they... What did they show up as? I don't think they ever showed up as a king or a queen, so I don't think this is like someone that you're married to. I think it's someone that was a page, so you had a threesomes with them. You know, I think you liked each other, but it was something that didn't become... You got a lot of memories, but it didn't become a serious long-term relationship. It didn't get to that for some reason. It stayed in its infancy, you know, but it remains extremely important to whoever this person is. Okay, they visualised having a family with you. That's how much they hold you in high regard. They've kept some sort of promise to you, whatever that was. They kept it. They kept a promise. They think about it a lot. They miss you a lot. They wish things were different, you know. So I don't think that you're with this person. This cycle hasn't been closed out. It's unfinished business. The sun is not set on this, okay? And all the cards that came out were talking about how you're supposed to have distance between you right now and have faith. Keep the door open. Make the effort. So something about what you want. It's a third-party situation. Something about what you want involves this person, and you're supposed to think deeper about everything. I don't know. That's the most I can tell you. You know your situation, okay? Right, let's get you some angel numbers. Okay, so we've got 1441, unique skills, life goals, mission, sense of self, honesty, important projects. What did I say? It's that time of intense self-development. Focus your mind on your craft. You already have what it takes to succeed, but practice makes you a master. It also serves to find your true purpose. Leveling up in your career or business is a priority right now. Ooh. It's up to you. Moderation, patience, flow, clarity, joy, movement, self-realization, taking action, unconditional love. So it's 1010. It's time to put those long cherished ideas into action. You will soon come into contact with the appropriate individuals, circumstances, and resources. Eventually, you will experience joy as well as brand new opportunities. Trust in the process. 1551, hold your vision, manifestation, abundance, money, dreams, vision, and prosperity. Focus on the good and maintain your concentration on the outcomes that you desire. It's time to put your faith and time into your ideas and pursue your goals with all your might. You have such a beautiful, courageous, and brave spirit. What have you been shying away from? You've got 3 cards all saying the same thing from the divine. Go for it, whatever it is to do with your life's purpose, your true life's purpose, your career path. If there's something you really want, Aquarius, you need to take action on it because it's going to work out. Somehow you're going to be put into contact with people that can, they've got the right connections, they can influence, they can mentor you. Whatever it is that you want, you are supposed to take action on this, okay? And it's going to work out really, really nicely. The divine's got it in hand, like they're ready to meet you halfway. As soon as you do your bit, they're going to meet you halfway. That's cool. I like that. And look at that one as well. Coming my way. That it's all talking about opportunities aligned with your desires. You're going to make your dreams a reality. Yes, you can. What is it that you want, Aquarius? There's definitely something. There's something that you want to do with your career or your true life's purpose. Okay, I'm going to tidy away these cards and then we'll go on to Pisces. That's me taking my bra off because I'm not dealing with it anymore. What time are we on? Oh my god, 10:30. Right. Let's get on with it. Okay, let's have a shuffle and then we will do Pisces. Pisces is reading. Spirit guides, universe and angels, please stand beside me and guide me for Pisces' highest good. How is Pisces feeling in this third week of May 2025 with regards to the one they're thinking about, dealing with or manifesting in? 3 cards, please. How is Pisces feeling? The lunar eclipse. Now, the moon is very comforting to ancient civilizations. So they see the light that comes from the full moon, but then when it's eclipsed, everything goes dark. And it's just for a few moments, but it's like it brings out a lot of fears and heavy emotion. It's a strange feeling. And then there's sort of relief, isn't there, that everything's turned back to normal. Everything was gone for just a few moments, and now it's like, oh, thank God, back to normal. Everything that I know to be true, you know, the natural laws, like, it's all following, like, what we thought, and that's more comforting than suddenly nothing being how it seemed. The rising sun is reversed. So the rising sun is like a period of happiness that's just beginning. So in the morning, you know, there's a new dawn, the sun begins to rise. When it gets to midday, you know, you're just in the middle of like this glorious period. And then when it starts to set, you know that it's going to end. And you want to hold on to it. So the fact this had started and then it's like stopped, something was stopped in its infancy. Okay, it was like self-sabotaged or sabotaged by someone else. The 8 of Pentacles. Now that was the challenge. Like, 8 of Pentacles is about growth. It's investments of time, money and energy. So we've got 7 Pentacles here. That's what's been achieved already. And then we've got another Pentacle being made. You know, he's got his hammer and chisel and he's working away to build and grow into the future. But that's, it wasn't reversed, it was in the challenge, wasn't it? So the challenge is, can I grow and expand this, whatever it is? How will I? Can I? When will I? Is it possible? Let's get 3 for your person. We've got the Queen of Swords upright with the 6 of Swords reversed. Well, that's air energy with the Queen of Swords. Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. She's upright. She's going to tell the truth. She's going to tell it how it is. She's not, mincing. This is like a failure to let go of the past. We're not moving on. We're holding a grudge. Okay, she's speaking the truth, but she's got a lot to say, and she's holding a grudge. This Queen of Swords. If you act wrong, she'll chop your head off. She's not messing about. The Fool. This person wants to take a leap of faith. They want a rebirth. They haven't moved on. It was the 6 of Swords, wasn't it? Or they're ready to leap into something brand new with someone else. It's just a strange energy. Why would you have the Queen of Swords, which is more of a divorcey vibe, and then have the Fool? But it does show that they haven't moved on. So they've either got a grudge and they want to move on with someone brand new, or they've not let go of the past. It makes them sad, and they're just going to be honest about that and straight up about it. Let's see what else comes out. Zero is like a reset though, before starting a new cycle. We've got the 4 of Pentacles upright, the full moon reversed, and the Knight of Cups. Okay, so the 4 of Pentacles upright is conservation, protection, preservation. Okay, it's being cautious, conserving wealth, conserving time, money, and energy. The full moon, well, the moon, things are kept in the dark. We're afraid, but we realise that it's important to walk forwards anyway. It's Pisces energy, to be fearful, but walk forwards anyway, one foot in front of the other. That's reversed. So this person's full of fear, but then they've got the Knight of Cups upright. So they're afraid to show their emotions. They're being more logical, because they've got all these thoughts about the past, the hurt, they haven't let go. But they're really, really effing afraid. They're trying to do the self-preservation. They're effing afraid of expressing their emotions. They want to, but at the same time they don't want to, because that would mean being vulnerable. And the Queen of Swords is not vulnerable. She's got that sword up ready to chop someone's head off. She's logical, she's not vulnerable. Let's get 3 for the outcome. Right, we've got the Star card reversed. There's been a lack of healing here. Page of Wands and the challenge position. Can there be a new path here, a new adventure? In the reverse, we've got the Seven of Wands, feeling at a disadvantage. The Six of Pentacles reversed, feeling like things were unfair, unequal. There was an imbalance of like who's putting in time, money, and energy. Someone withdrew time, money, or energy with the Knight of Pentacles reversed. Someone self-sabotaged and walked away from this. Such a lack of healing, like lack of wish fulfillment. Perhaps it was, you know, the fault of this Queen of Swords. Maybe they didn't like to show vulnerability, so even though they wanted to take a leap of faith, they never expressed it. It remained unexpressed because of fear. You know, like some people want all kinds of stuff, but they don't say it to anyone. They would never say it to anyone. Because then you'll know, and then they could get hurt. You know, so it's like just preserving one's dignity, isn't it? Saving face, like coming across strong and forthright and in control at all times. You know, this requires vulnerability. This is a knight in shining armour, putting themselves out there. I'm getting strong Aquarius energy because we've got the Queen of Swords, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius energy, and then we've got the Star card reverse. That's the major arcana for Aquarius. They've got air and water and earth. And fire. There's a good balance on that side. Let's have a look at this one. Pentacles and Wands. There's a lot of fire and earth on this side. Actually, the fire and earth is at the bottom, isn't it? We're going from swords to fire and earth, so that's more an energy of movement, growth, expansion, passion, sensuality. What we had before was logic, intellectualizing things, making things cold facts, cold communication. Things have warmed up, they've heated up. I think they roll together, so I need to pull some more. I need to get 2 more. Knight of Wands reversed. That's like when passion, you know, that's going towards someone passionately. That's when passion spills over into anger and it's getting pissed off and going back the other way. It could be overly lusty, but it could be anger and kind of going off the idea. Let's get one more. Okay, we've got a solar eclipse. So there was happiness, there was clarity, everything was illuminated, and then suddenly there was a blip. Okay, a momentary darkness. And we have the Emperor. What on earth? What on earth is going on? Aries energy, the major arcana for Aries. We have an Emperor, guys. You weren't showing up as... They're showing up as the Queen of Swords, right? So maybe you were the Knight of Pentacles, the Knight of Wands. And then maybe... Hang on, what's that? You might have become the Emperor. Because they've only got a vibe of preservation and holding back. You've got this possibility of growth and expansion. And then in the outcome, there was like so many wands and pentacles. And then the Emperor. So the court cards are the Queen of Swords, which has to be them because it's on their side. And then you must be the Emperor. That's just come like out of nowhere though, because everything else was reversed on this. On this combination of outcome cards, everything was reversed, even though there was lots of wands and pentacles there. I had to blow my nose. Right, let's see. Let's get the Shadow Love Oracle. Why have they got the Queen of Swords with the Six of Swords reversed? Why have they got the Full Moon reversed and the Four of Pentacles, the Miser? But they've also got the Fool and the Knight of Cups. It's just very mixed energy, very scattered. Oh, what flipped over? That one. Unpredictable. Never know what they'll do. Unreliable life wire. This person could be fickle, or they could have felt like you were fickle. Okay? Something was unpredictable for them. There was a lack of trust. That's why they failed to put themselves out there, because they were just watching, waiting, observing every move that you make, reflecting on that, analysing it all. You know, Queen of Swords is an analytical person. She intellectualises stuff. So the air energy, the heavy air energy, made this person constantly strive for balance, and they weren't getting it. They were getting unpredictability, like unpredictable behaviour. And that makes sense because we had the rising sun, so a nice happy period started, and then it was prematurely stopped. And that's when they became the miser. That's when fear took over, and you know, they refused to kind of show their hand in terms of like how they really feel about you. It's like the walls have gone up, like the defence has gone up massively. The Joker. It's all just a game to them, insincere, just having fun. Okay, so they might have like started to treat this like, you know, well, you're a joke, so I'm going to treat it like it's a joke. I'm not going to take it seriously, you know, or they could have just felt like you were playing games with them. Let's get a different oracle. The Love Situations oracle. Hanging on. Release the past and let yourself love again. Okay, so they are really trying to let go, but it's like every time their heart's been broken, it's they've never forgotten it. It's like they're just collecting like the pieces of their shattered heart and they're trying to put it back together, but it's just leaving like more and more hang-ups with them. This Six of Swords reversed, they're carrying all the weight of like their past baggage with them, especially all the things that you've done to them or let them down or confused them. You know, they're just completely guarding that heart with a massive, massive silver, sharp, shiny sword that's ready to take people's heads off. It really is like, you know, they want to be free and be the fool, but who knows where that'll land them, you know, like they don't want to take that chance. Or they're struggling to let themselves take that chance, even if it's something they really want. They're so over the drama. They don't want... Look, this person's so drained. Like, they're so hurt. Like, they're just constantly trying to heal their heart. And now they're just being the miser because they can't do any more drama. They're not doing it anymore. They're so over it. You know, how many leaps of faith can you take in a lifetime? Like, it's like the same shit, different day for this person. They're just so over it. I don't know why this one's flipped over, but it says up in the air, not able to make solid plans, flighty, ungrounded. They just don't feel like when they put their feet down, they can get solid footing, solid grounding, you know, from other people. Just shite constantly. Thank you for the likes. I really appreciate it. Date, meeting someone new, dating, get back out there, plan and set a date. They could be a hopeless romantic. There's some part of them, look, they've got the Fool here. They've got the Knight of Cups. Some part of them is just tired. They're so tired of this shit, you know. But they're a hopeless romantic, so at some point they're gonna put themselves out there again. But I don't know when. I can relate. I can relate, honestly. Let's get messages from them. Do you even see me that way? Okay, so they're really starting to like doubt what you guys had together because it started off so great and then it stopped prematurely. Oh, why is that one that way? Ace of Cups, like they could see themselves really falling in love. You know, they've got the Knight of Cups, now you've got the Ace of Cups, but they don't know how, you stand, Pisces. They don't know how you feel. They don't know why it stopped. They're so tired of the drama. It's like they may just not be showing you like what's going on with them because you need a breather, honestly. What's the nature of this connection? Difficulties, jealousies from others may serve as obstacles to the success of this connection. You got a cock block somewhere, whether it's coming from your side or their side. Someone's been meddling, okay, and trying to stop you two from coming together. I don't often get that, to be honest. Reconciliation. Someone from your past is or will be returning to your life soon. This might not be the end, guys. Open your eyes. If someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Forgive and release. You are stronger when you carry love and forgiveness rather than anger. Wow. Someone's been cock blocking this. They've been getting in the way, stopping you two from coming together. But they're not gonna manage it long term. There's reconciliation on the cards. I think that open your eyes, if someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. It's like disbelief that a friend could not have the right intentions, that people could, parents could put you off, or brothers or sisters could put you off, something like this, because they stand to benefit from you not getting with this person, because maybe they want you to just stay how you are, with the person that you're already with, or single, have more time available for them, might be jealous of like how, happy this person made you, how well suited you are. People have their flaws, Also, if someone proves themselves to be loyal to you, don't kind of re-edit that in your head and tell yourself that they're not, or there's something wrong with them, I think that's advice for them. I think their past people have like harmed them and they're holding it, they're carrying it, and it's become such a heavy weight that they're really tired and struggling with holding on to that. So they need to let go of it and just, they need to chill the fuck out and just, you put yourself out there and someone doesn't return that sentiment, fuck it, like, you, at least you express what you want. You'll never know if you don't say, and then if you do and they turn you down, there'll always be someone else, queuing up, waiting to get their chance with you. So fuck it. You can't live your life like holding your feelings in like that. When's this reconciliation going to happen, please? When's Pisces going to reunite and reconcile with their person? The one that's showing up in their reading. Why are these cards like cutting me? They're so sharp. I don't understand why they're so sharp. Am I getting blisters from doing so much shuffling? When you're truly ready for it. So there's some sort of growth that's happening with you, that's happening with this person, and that's why this isn't together right now, but you're going to reconcile. This is supposed to happen. Someone's been getting in the way, and you might have been letting them, whether it's family or friends, someone, judgmental or jealous, is just like fucking around with this. So don't let them. Don't give them that power. No one except for you and the person you're dealing with should have any say over what's going on at all. Don't Don't ask people what they think, and don't let people say it. Just let them know it's not up for discussion. Start like spending less time with them, you know. Don't empower people like overly so that they think they're in the driving seat of your life. That's just really weird. Get back in the driving seat. Okay, let's get you some advice, then I'll get you some angel numbers. Advice for Pisces, please. There's a lot about forgiving, moving on, reconciling. When you're being, you know, when you're ready for it. Maybe you were immature, flighty. Maybe you both were, but you're gonna like, or they just failed to open up, and then, you know, it was a bit of both, but you're supposed to come back together. Don't take it all too seriously, okay? The more fun you have in life, the more carefree you are, the more easily you can problem solve, attract, you know, people with your, you know, showing all your teeth, all your happiness, being high vibrational, you know. You're just magnetic when you're having a good time, you know, when you're not hurting people or messing anyone about. You just, when I say having a good time, don't mean just getting hammered. I mean like pursuing your dreams, crossing things off the bucket list, planning in things that's, you know, good, clean fun, achieving stuff in life, like meeting other lovely souls, good people, you know, that interested in the lifestyle and interests you like. Just be a fulfilled person, you know. Stop and let it all grow around you for a little bit, little by little. You haven't got to achieve everything all now. You haven't got to do that. You just have to do one thing that you've wanted to do for ages, or planning some things later on in the year. Take a bit of time out if it's all like too much right now, but you know, there's some sort of like resting period and period that you're supposed to spend without this person, but then you're supposed to come back together when you're both ready for it. This person's in love, guys. Like, if they're not already in love, they could totally fall in love. They know that. They want to take a leap of faith, but they're not saying it because they just feel like they're going to get the same shit, the different person, or the same shit, different day. You know, like they're going to get screwed over again. Hold lightly. Is that? I take the things and people that come into my life lightly, not holding on too tight, so that when it comes time for them to go, they may go smoothly. This does not mean I love any less, but that I am open to the changes of life. Someone in your circle, whether it's an acquaintance or a best friend or family member, someone that you see, you know, very regularly, they're not supposed to stay with you. Friendships are very transitional. As you get older, you know, in high school, it's like you're brothers and sisters, you're that close with each other, and you see each other all day, every day, because you have to, you know, you can't relate to your parents. As you get older, you know, you tend to meet a partner and settle down, or you just become more of your own individual person. You keep growing and you keep changing, and people can't relate to you, or they don't like how much you're changing, they don't like how much you're achieving, and they don't always like encourage you to like go after what you want. Sometimes they hold on to you too tightly and fall out with you and manipulate you, or like try to control, you know, how things go with people. If anyone's holding on to you tight, You need to friend dump them. You need to like just think they were right for that part of my life, but not anymore. It's very difficult to keep hold of. I change my friends every few years now. I've got probably about four people that I've known for. Actually, two of my friends I've known for decades. The other two are more recent, but I count them. I hold them in high regard as if I've known them for 18 years because it feels like I have. And then a lot of like the high school ones, in fact, all of them now, they're gone. You're a different person 20 years later. You can't relate to each other at all. If you can, how much can you say that you've really grown? I don't think it's healthy. You need to like keep growing and changing and evolving, and I don't understand how like 20 years later you can like have that much in common. I don't get it. I meet people from different cultures and we've got so much in common because we've met each other at this time in our life and we think the same, you know, different races, different cultures, different religions, but we have the same principles. We love to travel, we're interested in the same things, we see things the same way. I don't have stuff in common with people from 20 years ago. I just don't. I was a child then, do you know what I mean? So I've been so many places, I've done so many things, I've experienced so much. My mind's just different, it's grown. I would hope that in 20 years it's grown and changed, for goodness sake. Like, there's someone you need to get rid of, or there may be a group of people that you need to just shed, you know, do a Facebook call, change your phone number. Do what needs to be done because they're not for your highest good anymore. Maybe they were right for back then, but not anymore. It's a stage 5 clinger. What's the other advice card? These, and then I'm gonna get you angel numbers, and then I am done. Meditative stillness. Do you see how much you're being asked to you're being asked to slow down? We've had this message little by little, stop and let it all grow around you. Meditative stillness when you're ready for it, when you're truly ready for, you know, look at these cards because we didn't study them that much. If we turn them all upright because they're reversed, you'd have healing. You'd have investment, you know, dating with a view to having equal give and take, feeling competitive, feeling lucky, you know, being excited, naively excited, not holding on to this. This is childlike abandon. This is excitement. This is like, I'm so healed right now. I'm so ready to like have a balanced union, a soulmate union. I'm so ready, you know, for this new adventure. That was all like reversed, all of it. So we need time to grow. We need time to heal, to let go of the past. Both you and this person do. And then it said reconciliation. It said someone's getting in the way of this connection. There's too many obstacles. So you need to give yourself space by removing anyone that's choking you. You know, think about all this foliage. Ivy wraps around trees and it chokes trees and it makes them heavy and it, you know, it pulls them down and I just think you're so enmeshed and entangled in the past. Like, it's no longer the present, it's the past. So you need to like do some shedding, you know, of old skins and like find out who you are now and where you're headed, because this person's in your future. Whoever these people or whoever this person is not. If someone's overbearing, controlling, manipulative, catty, possessive, just fuck them off. I'm sorry, but you were grown up and you got to think about your future. You become more and more independent of friends as you get older. You should see them once every few months. You should not be seeing people on the daily or ringing them every day. You shouldn't be seeing them weekly. It should be like every few weeks you see a friend when you're an adult. Early 20s, I get it, people are still hanging out a lot, but when you get to 30s and 40s, not a chance. That's weird if you're doing that. So whoever's clinging, just shake them off. They're leeching, okay? Right, I'm going to get you some angel numbers. 1122, great shifts. Or great shift, singular. Personal growth, spiritual development. There's a lot about personal growth here. Manifesting goals, oneness, connection, and completion. First, focus on the positive changes occurring due to your efforts. Then, expand your horizons and permit yourself to try something new. So many positive shifts are in store for you. The world around you is changing in favour of your intentions. As when you declutter your life, you declutter your room, declutter your house, you clean the car, it's like tidy life, tidy mind, isn't it? When you get rid of all this noise around you, you're gonna get focused, and then you're gonna get, the more you start to try new things and go to different places and be around different people, it'll build momentum, and it's gonna lay a better groundwork for, it's gonna lay a much better ground for, a union. It's perhaps like some immaturity or like delayed personal growth that's going to resolve itself over the next 6 months or a year, because it says when you're truly ready for it. So it's your spiritual homework, okay? This person doesn't want drama, they're over it, okay? It's not like a lack of, wanting to be loved up. It's just they're actually so over what they get served up, just a crock of crap. That they've kind of lost faith that this could go anywhere. It could be family, friends, or someone else getting in the way from your past. So you need to make space. Stop and just make space. Do some personal growth. All right, take care. I hope you enjoyed the reading. If you think it resonated, give it a like. If you think could help someone else, give it a like, share it. Please subscribe to the channel. Take care, and I'll see you in the next one.